I'm back. Let's try and do another scenario. I don't know how much time I have. I'd like to be able to get this done in 2 hours, but it is currently almost 1 o'clock. So can I get it done in 2 hours? Probably not. I did do some little bit more reading, a little bit more reviewing. Watched a video. It was recommended to me by Nindroid. Thank you, Nindroid, for giving me that guy's little demo. Guy went over it in pretty significant detail, actually. I don't know how much I'll remember. I went a lot of it, but he did clarify a little bit on how the cards worked, which is definitely a thing. Because there's a lot of times when I'm like, too much stuff going on these cards, trying to figure out what it does, and it's not real clear in the book sometimes. I did also notice that I missed out on some experience during my first couple of scenarios, 0 and 1. You get experience just for completing the scenario, and I missed that part. I had the experience that I earned with each character, but I did not manage to remember that piece. So we're getting further and further along. But I did manage to get a little bit more paint on these guys. Adrian, his bird, is starting to get some color. I colored their base and put a little bit more color on Royce's armor, but they're not anywhere near done yet. But I did color the banners. She's got 2 banners, a blue one and an orange one, so I kind of colored those up. But again, they're not done. But hey, I did what I said. Little paint in between each scenario until they get done. And then eventually I'll have other characters probably have to get painted too. But anyway, so let's get started. Let's see about getting scenario 2. Now, the way this one works, this scenario has actually got 2 options. I can either go on an Algox scouting mission or take an Algox offensive. So that's in scenario 2 or 3. So I have to decide which of those I'm going to do. Now, I don't know that I really did anything for the outpost phase. It wasn't a lot to do, I don't think, in the first round. It kind of went over what you can do. So I'll probably have to complete that before I get started. So let's get going here. So, as you can see, I don't have any of my stuff out, but I do have my character sheets here ready to go, which I don't know how much I'll need until the battle, until after the scenario is complete. But I did actually include, you can see on my screen, I have an app. It's called FrostHaven. It helps with the battles. It doesn't really track a lot of other things, but it does take it so in theory I don't have to get cards out. I don't have to get the monster cards out or the what do you call it? The decks that add additional damage and you don't have to get those out. They're also in there. You do have to have yours for your individual characters, but you don't have to have the monsters and the ally ones. I don't believe their decks will are just part of the things, and you can edit it too. I mean, there are things you can add, like you can add curses and you can add blessings and whatever else to those decks. But I haven't played with it too much. In fact, I only messed with it a little bit here to kind of understand how it sets up, and then it'll do the loot deck for you as well. So that's kind of nice. So you don't have to go digging out and get loot. So it might save a little space on my table here, which will be hopefully, as long as it doesn't miss anything or I don't miss anything because of it, I'll give it a shot for one mission here. Anyway, so one of the things I haven't really done, I did reorganize or complete the organization of my cards and all that kind of thing. So that's definitely better now. I've got the decks kind of sorted and partitioned out the way they're supposed to be. So that's part of the process. There is, like I said, there's a lot. So I can use that starting book. Make sure you read through the whole thing. I did not do that. It was also pointed out to me that I missed a couple of things in setting up some of those decks where you're only supposed to have the first 20 cards. And what I had was all of them. And then one of the things you're supposed to sort through is you're not supposed to have. Why are you down here, Reva? Why do you always follow people downstairs? You know you're not going to stay down here. Anyway, so you have to. It's like the the little extra bonus things that people, what is it? They're events, the outpost events. You take the first 20 of them, shuffle them up, and those are what you're going to get for a little while. And then as the season changes, I think you change what's in there, what kind of other options. So you won't get all the events. There's a lot of them. A lot of them will trigger different outpost events, but then you'll eventually have to shuffle up other cards or mix in new ones or something like that. So there will be more to go on with that at a later time too. So anyway, I need to go. There was one thing I needed to do. I did not put stickers on my board. I have not done that yet. I'll have to do that at some point. Once you put stickers on the board, you're committed. This is it. That is the question you're asking me. What's that mean, man? You're not committed? Yeah, well, I still hope that it could be played with some other folks magically appear out of the ether, but ultimately, yeah, I'm probably going to end up doing it. But and then you'll just have me sharing the journey. I think in theory I could always add people. I think if somebody decided they wanted to play, they could jump in as their scenario, whatever. I could just storylifically, add a new person. Have an excuse why they showed up out of nowhere and decided to join me. We'll set up, enhance, figure out what they need to have that roughly gets them to the right position, and then they would be able to join in. But ultimately, that's not what I'm doing right now. So there are things you have. You have a building deck. Though these are things that I have kind of sort of gone through. I was kind of reading what those are. You have your campaign deck, which builds up your city, and how far you've gone, that kind of thing. That stuff will all be in your campaign deck. And then you have other little extras, things like that have to go on throughout the whole thing. So there's a lot, and I don't know for sure what all is involved with all this extra stuff. So this one video I was watching went through all the battles, really good. I picked up a lot. I don't know how much of it was new to me, but it refreshed me a little bit, and hopefully that'll help when I start doing this scenario. Part of the building deck is basically just kind of what you can do, things you can do by kind of stuff like that. My character, Royce, did earn a perk, which means I can change his deck slightly. I mean, I can do like one thing, which I should probably take care of because don't want to be short-circuiting myself, short-handing myself when it comes to adding additional features. So that means being able to take from his personal, we'll call it not achievement deck, but his adjustment deck, and make it a little bit better. Take out a crap card, add a little bit less of a crap card. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. There are a number of things you can do. Your characters in time will have a pretty custom deck, I imagine, as you get further and further along. And those modification cards are going to help get you be a little bit stronger. So let's go ahead and get out Royce and Adrian. This is their decks. Sadly, Adrian did not earn a perk. In fact, Adrian has failed on both of his attempts at his combat goals. One was just, they're actually kind of hard sometimes, and I thought his would be a little easier than they were, to be honest. One, he had to stay next to a wall. I can't even remember what the other one was. I forgot what it was. So I will have to make a little bit more effort to help Adrian get his combat goals so he can start earning some perks. Now, there are other ways to level up and get perks, but you want to get those during the game or during the scenario if possible. Gives you a fighting chance to actually add some things to your deck. So let's go ahead and do Royce. Royce earned a perk. There's a number of them. So every character has their own unique potential things that they can take in or not do or whatever for their abilities. He's actually got four perks, but at 3 you earn a perk. So Removing a -2 is just take it out of the deck. That's always really nice. You can replace a -1 with a +1, which is essentially a 2, right? I mean, you're basically taking what would be bad and turning it into good, skipping 0 altogether. So you can leave the -2, but essentially you're gaining. So mathematically, putting a +1 in replaced for a -1 is going to have probably a better effect. See, taking out the -2 doesn't change the others. In fact, they're going to increase in chance of appearing. By taking out the -2, that makes all the other cards slightly better chance of actually coming up, which includes making a -1 have a better chance at coming up. If, however, you replace a -1 with a +1, it's still a 2 swing, right? So you're still taking something out that's going to be like 2 better. You don't know what you're going to get, because since everything technically goes up in odds for taking out the -2, the +1 will actually result in the same odds of all the cards coming up, including that -2 you left, but you have one less other card that's bad in the deck. So even though its odds don't change, you have more of a chance of getting positive cards. You actually increase your chance of getting other cards significantly, because you're actually having a 2. So that's actually a better one. Then they have the replace a negative card with a 0 and a wound, 0/wound card. Wound cards, they're good. They're actually better in the long term. If you're hitting a big guy, wounds are nice because they'll keep taking damage unless they heal. But it doesn't do anything on the immediate. So theoretically, a 0 wound, well, I guess your damage might do whatever it does, but it does actually still remove a -1 and gives you a wound, and that wound is long term. So you could actually get 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, as long as they don't heal themselves. So in theory, that could actually end up in more damage. Then there's also replacing. This is just Royce, by the way, the only one of my guys that earned a perk. Replace 1 0 with a +1, and you get a pin them so they can't move, which could come in handy for guys that are melee fighters. And then you have replace 1 0 card with 1. Place this card in your active area. On your next attack, discard this attack to add +2 damage rolling card. On your next attack, discard this card to replace 1 0 card with 1. Place card in your active area. On your next attack, discard this card to add +2. So it's like a delayed damage card. And then the rolling cards can be nice too, because they could really result in a lot more damage. But you don't start getting the rolling cards. It's like that's the only way you can get a rolling card in right away. Replace 2 +1 cards with 2 +2 cards, which again just gives you 2, and it's higher damage possibilities. I actually like that one because that increases your odds significantly, because your deck now has more damage on more cards. So that's actually really good. Then there's also add 1 -1, gain 1 time card. I don't want to do that. Add 1 +2 card and something self-rolling card. So that one just puts another +2 in. That's like adding 2. That's actually really good too. And what it is, I forgot what that effect is. The hand. Let's go ahead and pull this out because I'm going to make the adjustment to his deck. So like I said, I'm going to try and now, you can tweak your deck. I haven't been tweaking it. You get just this starting hand, which they both get 10 cards in their hand to start. And you can make adjustments. These cards, I don't really need that one for sure. This is his end of life scenario card. That's not going to do anything. this is his little, what do you call it? His customizable modification deck. These are his cards he is using. Now, each player has their own little set of tokens that whatever they use them for. So this is his deck. He's got 2 items. Then you would shuffle this up. But I gotta first, this is gonna be the order of his order card, the initiative order card. Let's go ahead and do his perk. You get a couple of other possible abilities, like at the start of your first turn, each scenario you may perform. At the start of your first turn, each scenario you can move 3 spaces. You can come out really fast. Just come out, move, and smack something. You can also prevent yourself from being pinned. Now, as a Blink Blade, that's pretty important. You do not want to get pinned because he is weak as heck. And if somebody were to shoot him and pin him, you can actually do a thing here is whenever you would gain pin, prevent it. So you can't be pinned. That almost in itself is a crucial thing. Because as a Blink Blade, Royce really needs his movement. It's run in, hit, smack, get out. Getting pinned will screw him up. That will just make him not happy. So, if I do that though, I don't get any more cards. I don't get to do this thing. I was just getting these cards out, getting ready to... But you know what? Doing extra damage. I haven't run into... I think it's kind of early in the game. I don't think a lot of guys are trying to pin me yet. That's not true. The archers can do it because they stab you in the foot. You get pinned to the ground. I don't want him pinned. I'm gonna take away the ability to pin him. All right, so Royce is no longer pinnable, which means I did not improve his deck. Not yet. So we'll see if that's going to come back to haunt me or not. So we've already done that one. I don't know how to mark it, so I'll just circle it and say I did it. All right. So Royce is done with his deck adjustments. Well, for that one, he won't be doing that. You've really got to keep stuff out of the way. You've got to stay as neat and organized as possible. So I'm going to look at his bonus cards only because I want to see if I want to adjust. Now that I'm learning a little bit more how these cards work, it's behooves me to know if I'm messing up on anything here. So you get 10 cards. This guy gets 10. It's on his little card here. It says he gets 10 in his hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I didn't put any X's in his deck last time. So let's see what the X options are. On your next 6 actions, while slow, ignore all slow effects and perform a pin range 3 at the end of the action. On your next 6 actions, while slow, ignore all effects and perform a range 3 pin at the end of the action. Wow, that's really good. Ignore all slow effects for the next 6 actions. next 6 slow effects, and the slow ones are significant. They actually reduce your damage and sometimes your movement, and they do a lot of different things that can be detrimental. So, and one of the things I didn't really like was what was it? Power Leak. Power Leak poisoned me. That was dumb. If you do not have poison, gain poison. And poison, this guy's too weak to be poisoning himself. But it is my only heal card. That's the other problem. I don't have a lot of healing. There is this card here, Sand in the Hourglass. It does 2 healing, and you could target all within a range of 1. So at the end of your turn, play 1 card from your hand to immediately perform the top or bottom action of the card. Wow, Sand in the Hourglass sounds really good. At least the healing part of it does. And say all enemies that have wounds suffer 2 damage. Huh. No, I think I'm going to put Sand in the Hourglass in and take out Power Leak. And Power Leak is a healing one. Maybe I need to keep Power Leak. Because Power Leak's a one-time use, though. It's interesting. You gain an experience with it, but you lose the card. So it's one time, but you can heal all up to a range of 1. So basically, guys next to you. It's a movement card, but if you do any of this stuff, you just lose. You're going to lose the card anyway. And this other one, Sand in the Hourglass, which heals, if I read it all, it gives you get 2 at a range up to 1 also. So if you're next to your buddy, you could heal everybody by 2. Yeah, I don't see a reason why I would want to. I don't like poisoning myself. That whole theory of self-poison is dumb. I'm not doing it. Alright, so we got Borrowed Time. On your next 6 actions, that's good. Let's see what the bottom of that one says. All allies add -1 to their move abilities this round. That's if you're going fast. You're making everybody else go slow. Unless you're going slow, it says all allies add +1 to their move abilities this round. And then you also get X, where X is twice the number of your allies. So I could slow down Adrian and exchange gain 2 speed. I really like Borrowed Time for the top part, though. Because ignoring these lower ones for 6 rounds is going to be helpful. So I think I'm going to try to put Borrowed Time in as well. I'm not going to... All enemies within a range of 2 suffer 1 damage. And then he has whatever this self effect is. I don't know what that is. So like you can pin yourself to the ground with this slow effect. Which I can't, because whenever you would gain, prevent that condition. So I can't actually be pinned to the ground. So that's nice. And then, so he gets to move fast, and he can ignore the part where he gets pinned to the ground. But you get to pin someone else to the ground on the top one at a range of 2. So he's got that long range pinning going on, which is, I think anytime you can pin your opponents, that's... 1 adjacent enemy suffers 1 damage. I like ones where I move and damage, but I gotta take something out. Oh, he does have another healing, good. With drive, recharge. As long as I don't do the gain 2 thing, because I lose it. I gotta be careful. Last time I cut it close, I actually made the mistake of letting myself lose too many cards early on, and I really got into a bad way. I got out of it, but it was kind of hairy. And that one's kind of cool. Hit and run, I definitely like that. These ones are the kind you set up as soon as possible, these multi-turn ones. Because then you got like the ability to move around and you've just got lots going on. Now granted you have the risk that they could run out on you, that you don't have anymore, but sometimes if you could just survive that first round without doing too much. Not a lot here to add. So I gotta go slow, which means adding things that help me avoid slow problems. Guess I'm gonna have to decide. Probably don't need cascading reaction and twin strike. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, we'll do that. A little bit of adjustment. Little adjustment for Royce. Hopefully that'll make him a little more effective. Maybe not. Maybe worse. We'll see. But, alright, so we got his cards ready. I could probably take those out of play right now. And then we got Adrian. Let's get Adrian's cards out, so he's ready to go as well. As you can see, I did not put up the world map because it takes up a lot of space. And I'm hoping this app will improve my now I did actually put some Adrian. Adrian does have an X card in his deck. I still have not used this hammer. It's like, when do you use the hammer? Do I use it now? Do I use it later? And then it's like, you do want to use it up? Because it's gone. Once you use it, it's not coming back unless you get some ability that gives it back to you. But it does not on its own come back. There's his deck. He doesn't have any perks, so he doesn't get to do anything fancy pants with his deck. There's his deck ready to go. I only need one of those. Alright, so I'm going to do a quick scan on his extra cards now that I have a little bit better idea what they are. He does have a healing one that I took out with a regroup last time. And he's got a range of 2 of the regenerate at the start of turn, remove when damaged. Oh. So he can have his friends get regenerate. So if they don't actually get hurt, they can heal. Regeneration is good. I should probably put that one back on. I gotta start adding more healing because it's been problematic. This whole not having driving inspiration. Oh wow, that's kind of cool. At a range of, he does 2 damage at a range of 4, and he has advantage. Huh. And it's a summon. I want these summons. Oh, this one, wait, what does this do? It's just a banner. At the start of their turns, grant allies within a range of 3 1 healing. Range of 3. See, that's the thing is what these banners, they sit there. And they have health. Does a summon act as something that, like, will the enemy attack your banner if it's the closest thing to hit? See, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's really a creature, but it is considered like an ally, I guess. Throw it up there, and now these have to land in a space next to you, so you have to kind of stay close together if you want your banners to work, because they only have a range that goes out to 3. It's not very far. So your guys all have to kind of stay close together, but it is nice because it will, at the start of their turns, grant allies within a range of 3 heal oneself. You're giving it to everybody, but it's allies, not you, so it doesn't actually help you. But you're giving that to everybody. As long as they're in range, they get a heal a little bit. So it's kind of like regeneration. That banner will add a regeneration to your allies. Okay. I like the Torchbearer because she can actually do damage and wound. Banner of Strength has a range of 2, adds 1 damage to one of their attacks each turn. Again, if they're close, some of these are like, it's a little difficult to have those things. The reinforcement kind of comes in handy. kind of, sort of. Huh, interesting. I didn't realize that it doesn't go away. So if your summon gets killed, it just goes discarded back into your deck. Deflecting Maneuver, you get 2 damage. Wind advantage, all attacks targeting you this round gain disadvantage. Some of these maneuvers are like this Unbreakable Wall. It's kind of interesting. I haven't run. Thing is, too, some of these you don't run into enough enemies to really take advantage of some of these abilities. Because I'm playing 2-player, so there's less enemies on the board. Now, granted, that could change in time. I'm picking up Pincer Movement. Oh, but it's the only one that lets him pick up something at range. Sometimes when you're picking up loot, it's nice to not have to. Gosh darn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jeez, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oops, 9, 10. And then he's got these 3 options. Well, I can't take out his Javelin. Javelin's too useful. My allies don't need extra movement. I'll put the Javelin back with that one. Alright, let's do that one. I don't even know if I changed anything. Probably ended up the same. I think I took Tip of the Spear out. Alrighty. And he didn't get a perk, so he won't be doing that. And these cards are not needed, and these bags are not needed until later. Let's take them out so they are not interfering with me. Okay, so they've got their cards ready. I need a drink. It's my fruit smoothie. Protein. Alright, so I am going to I got to review my final outpost things before I make my decision. So do I go on the offensive, or do I just scout? That'll be the question of the day. All right, so I got to go back to the end of the building deck. So, campaign sheet, kind of did some of that stuff, not all of it, because like I said, I haven't written down all my stuff yet. Town Guard, unlocking new buildings, unlocking new classes. Outpost phase is kind of what I was doing. At the start of the outpost phase, time passes. Mark the number of unmarked boxes on the calendar to signify that 1 week has passed. So, I did that. I kind of put a check mark on there. So, the 1 week that passed. At some events, Terra can pass outside of the outpost phase. Outpost event, which I did wrong, but it's not like it's, I mean, I did right, but I didn't shuffle, I didn't do the first 20 cards and shuffle them. So I got the first one. I thought they were in sequential order, and as it turns out, they were not. But that's all right. We got the one. Whatever happens next, the next ones will be shuffled. But you can have attack events during that outpost event as well, or somebody decides to come after you. And let's see, there's some cards that'll do some stuff though, man. They have an example here of one that'll does 50 damage. Target odd numbered buildings in descending order. As you cut down the last of the rampaging hounds of Valrus, dismount and greet you. Thank you. Truly, I don't think we would have survived without your intervention. We've come from, I certainly hope future trips are more pleasant. So, whatever that is, it looks like it comes in, does some damage, and calls it good. Odd numbered buildings in descending order. So I don't know. It's just doing a bunch of damage to your buildings, I guess, destroying them. When an attack occurs, there's defense checks. When an attack occurs, a party must perform a defense check for each building targeted by the attack. For each defense check, draw a card from the Town Guard deck and add its bonus to FrostHaven's total defense value, along with any modified defense value, along with any modifiers from the event. For any defense check, as long as the barracks is not wrecked, the party can lose any number of soldiers before drawing to give the check advantage and reduce the attack value based on the level of the barracks and the number of soldiers lost. The defense check gains disadvantage if the barracks is wrecked. Okay, so I think I bought one soldier. It looks like I bought one soldier. It says, for any defense check, as long as the barracks is not wrecked, the party can lose any number of soldiers before drawing to give the check advantage and reduce the attack value. Based on the level of barracks and the number of soldiers lost, the defense check gains a disadvantage if the barracks is wrecked. If the results meet or exceed the attack value, the defense check succeeds and the building is defended. The defense check automatically succeeds when the success card is drawn and applied. Otherwise, the defense check fails and the building is damaged. For some attack events, the building is wrecked instead. The building is automatically wrecked when the wrecked card is drawn and applied. Do not resolve any effects of buildings being damaged or wrecked during the attack until the entire attack event is fully resolved. Reshuffle the Town Guard deck after the attack and as needed during the attack if the deck is depleted. So, basically, this guy does 50 damage, so you're going to have to come up with enough Town Guard, I guess, to reduce that damage. When this attack of 50 occurs, FrostHaven's total defense value is 35. For the first building, one soldier is erased to reduce the attack value by 5 due to the barracks being level 1. And give advantage. Oh, okay. So apparently you get each soldier's worth an automatic reduction of some sort on the attack. 2 town guards are drawn. The plus 10 is applied for a result of 45, which means the attack value, which meets the attack value. The defense check succeeds. This process is repeated for 3 more buildings. Oh, so they just keep doing that for each building. Oh. So giving up your soldiers kind of sucks. You can buy them, but you can only buy up to 4. And so if something happens to your buildings, you got to lose soldiers to give yourself a better chance at not losing the town. All right. After the outpost event steps, resolve the effects of all buildings. Go through the building deck in sequential order, 1 card at a time. For each building, resolve any normal or wrecked event which appears at the top of the card next to the sun icon. I think I did this, but I'll pull it out anyway. I'm trying to get these tiles out, but they are not balanced right. All right, so these are the buildings, and apparently I have to do all these, and I think I already did this. All right, so after the building event, resolve the effects of all buildings, go through the building deck in sequential order. So we got 34, 35, 84, 98. Okay, so they're all right. It's anything by the sun. Here's one. Collectively gain, train up to 1 soldier for 3 gold and 1 material resource. I did that. Capacity 4 effect. Advantage and -5 damage. Oh, okay. So that's what it says. You get -5. But this is the effect of having soldiers in your deck. So I can only do up to 4, but it says collectively train up to 1 soldier for 3 gold and 1 material. I did that. That's why I have 1. So these are done. I mean, that piece of this is done. Because the building operation step occurs immediately after the outpost event step, any building that was wrecked during the outpost event will have its wreck effect resolved once before the party even has an opportunity to rebuild it. So these guys are not wrecked, but if they were, you see that it has this little, what do you call it, little canceled event. That means it's wrecked, so you have to fix it. But none of these are wrecked yet. All right, so, and then we have downtime. Now, downtime is the stuff you get to do basically between rounds, between games. After the building operation step, characters may perform downtime activities in any order they would like. Many of these activities require characters to interact with specific buildings, which they cannot do if the building is wrecked. Level up. If a character's experience, which mine is not, I've only done 1 or 2 scenarios, but my guys require experience that's fair. I think 45, I think I saw. Yeah, 45 to level up. They both have 27 and 26 experience right now, so they won't be doing that. But there are other things that can happen. If it's equal to or greater than the experience requirements of their next level, they must level up during the downtime step. Leveling up has an experience requirement as shown on the character sheet, but not an experience cost. If a character level is lower than half the current prosperity level rounded up, they may level up during the downtime step without meeting the experience required, even if the multiple times, as long as their level does not exceed half the current prosperity level rounded up. After they level up, set their experience total to match the experience requirement of their new level. So the prosperity level of my town is actually, it's level 1, but I'm trying to see where. Actually, I don't have any prosperity marks on my town, but it does have the levels 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So your town can get up to level 9 in prosperity. I don't know how big your guys can get as big as level 9 as well. Oh, yeah, level 9 as well. So 9 is kind of it for an individual character. So as you get new characters, your prosperity level is going to go up, and they will immediately start at those levels. So if your prosperity level in your town is 4, and you get a new character, the new character starts at 4 essentially. So he's not going to have to go through 1, 2, 3, whatever. It's half rounded up, I guess. So 4 would be 2. You'd be level 2 automatically as a result of coming in. So yeah, it's half of your prosperity level rounded up. So if your town's leveling faster than you are, that's, good thing, right? All right, so Leveling up can only be done during the outpost phase. Characters cannot level up during a scenario or even between scenarios if they don't return to the outpost. When a character levels up, they must add ability cards, increase hit points, gain perk mark. Gain one new perk mark. The new perk mark is applied to the list on the right side of their character sheet. By marking one corresponding box, additional rules for gaining perks are outlined below. Perks allow characters to fine-tune their attack modifier decks. When a character gains a perk mark, they choose a perk from the perk list on the right. The effects of a perk are resolved as soon as the perk is gained. The number of unlinked boxes shown next to a perk in the perk list indicates the maximum number of times that perk can be gained, with each perk requiring one perk mark. Some perks instead have multiple linked boxes, and then you have to do multiple things. The ignore item -1 effect perk only applies to the added -1 attack modifier card, denoting to the lower left corner. Perk marks can be gained in 4 ways: leveling up, gaining check marks, creating a character, and achieving masteries. Okay. Wait. Sometimes a character will be instructed what? To lose check marks. However, perk marks cannot be lost. So check marks can only be lost back to the last complete set of 3 check marks. Okay. You can retire a character, which we won't be doing right now. I can create a character, which I won't be doing right now. And then we can brew potions. Do we want to brew some potions? Maybe. Let's see what they are. Potion items can be brewed by interacting with alchemist building. Do I even have the alchemist building? I do. I do have an alchemist building. Potion items can be brewed by interacting with the alchemist building. Characters brew a potion by spending any 2 herb resources taken from the FrostHaven supply or their personal supply in any combination. It just says craft items in the in there. Add 01 to 010 to the item supply. And then brew 2 herb potions. I don't know what they are. What are herb potions? I guess you have to have you must have to have a recipe or something I don't have. So you must, let me see, it probably actually tells me. At the start of the campaign, all windows in the alchemist chart are closed, so the potion formulas are unknown. The first time that a new combination is brewed during the campaign, open and tear off the corresponding window of the alchemist chart to reveal the potion. Once the potion has been revealed, the action cannot be undone. After the brewing character gains 1 copy of the brewed potion, move all remaining copies to the available craftable supply. So, you have to earn those. So we haven't gotten to that level yet. Sell items. I'm not doing that because I don't have anything I really want to sell. Purchase items. Items cannot be purchased freely until building 37 is built. I don't have building 37 yet, so. Let's construct. Let's see what it takes to construct some of this nonsense. After the downtime step, the party may build, upgrade, and rebuild buildings. They may build or upgrade 1 building by default, and they may lose 2 morale to build or upgrade a 2nd building. How much morale do I have? 3. I have 3 morale. That's where I'm at right now. So losing 2 morale, kind of rough. Building and upgrading always has a prosperity requirement. Uh-oh. Don't have any prosperity at all yet. So I guess I won't be doing that. So I won't be building or upgrading until I get some more prosperity. Because I'm currently at nothing. Why would I have prosper? I just arrived in town. Oh, look, they're here. We're going to be prosperous. It's like, no. It's like, oh, look, they're here. Our buildings are burning and people have died. And who are these guys again? So, yeah, not going to be anything there. There are game variants. I'm doing solo mode. That's the only one I'm really doing. There are other things. Reduce randomness, permanent death, character respecking, random dungeons. And that's kind of it. It's really just a matter of deciding what my next action is going to be, it looks like, because there's appendix, component inventory, monster turn guide. This kind of gives you a little bit of guide on how monsters work, so I might want to look at that every now and then until I've got that mastered. Bless and curse, attack and damage, important reminders. So these are probably good ones to look at. But that said, I think we're done. Let's get started. Let's go for this next scenario. Now, I'm kind of a... See, I'm kind of an aggressive person when it comes to these kind of things, and it can be risky. So I can either go on the offensive, which is doing scenario 3, or I can do a scouting mission, which is scenario 2. I feel like scenario 2 is going to be easier. But also, can I do both? Can I do 2 and then do 3? Or can I just do 3 and say I don't need to go on a scout? Who need no stinking scouting mission? I know I can beat Algox. I can beat the Algox. They're a bunch of lamos anyway. But or do I go, you know what? Let's be a little less dead. And and actually try and play myself up to... Alright, so here we go. There's my guys ready to go. My town didn't really do much. It's level 1. I just arrived. Can't expect too much for accomplishments in that first arrival in the town. Heck, the townspeople don't even know me yet. I haven't done nothing but maybe save a few lives, and they're like, you know, whatever. We survive all the time. And so let's do this. What do you think, Royce? So, Royce, what do you think? Should we take these guys? Should we go do a scouting mission and be safe? And find out what they're up to? Or should we go take them head on? Royce is more of the... he's pretty aggressive. He tends to be pretty confident in himself, even though he's not the bruiser that Adrian is known to be. But he's like, I really don't know this area very well. I think it'd probably be best for us to take this on as a scouting mission. Let's find out a little bit more about these guys before we start attacking them, see what they've got going. So Adrian's like, agreed, let's do that. Let's go find out some more about them. So we're going to do scenario 2. We're going to start in order. Scenario 2 it is. Adrian and Royce have discussed it and have decided that they are going to do 2. So let's set the scenario, shall we? Let's try this thing. Set scenario number... Algox scouting is what we're doing. Now, in theory, this is what I'm up against. I will need to actually pick the scenario. We'll go to the scenario page. This has got a 3-tile piece. We're going to start with an arc of 11A. E and F. (11A). There we go. All right, so we're going to throw up 11A, and that's kind of what we start with. That's it. That's our first starting point. So we got to throw down some. Put some guys on there, shall we? So we basically only have 2 guys to consider. I'm going to set this up, and then I'll read the intro to this place. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. Sorry. There are 3 guys for me to worry about here. I have an Algox guard, of course. Got to have an Algox guard. The big boy. Well, he's the big of the guys I've come across so far. So we got Algox Archer, Guard, Priest, and Scout. Guard. Scout. Priest. Additionally, we have some stuff. We got snow door, snow rock, large ice, and oh, that treasure token. Definitely got to get that treasure token. We ain't letting no treasure get away this time. Last time, why didn't I get the treasure token last time? Because I was trying to get everything, but or did I get it? I don't remember. Or maybe I misplayed it. Because maybe I did it as a loot and not as a... There's a few things I'm still making mistakes on, I think. Because I did pick it up. Hold on, I gotta reply. My wife's asking me questions. Alright, sorry about that. You gotta watch me text. Got my daughter-in-law's here. My wife was trying to find her birthday present. So, alright. Let's get these out. Now, I definitely will need the initiatives. I'm hoping to not need too much. I will need the I'll need the standees, the initiative, and then we'll see if this app is going to save me time with setting up all this other stuff. But I will need how many of these scouts? Actually, neither of the scouts aren't even coming out in this piece of the thing. The guards do. There's one guard. He's an elite though. Got me an elite guard right out the gate. It's kind of weird because I'm not getting stronger, but the enemies are. So it's like, I don't know. Not sure about that logic. I got one perk. One perk. My guys have earned one perk so far. Oops, what am I sealing this up for? Okay, so let's go ahead and I need ice. No, I will need ice. Apparently I don't need it yet. I need the tiny little blocks of ice. These are just, I don't think these are actually blocks of ice. Interestingly enough, this thing is right there. That's where the next zone will be. We'll put it there, because I'm probably going to have to put something underneath that. That would be the logical expectation of that spot, right? And then I need some rocks, ice rocks. Those aren't them. I know, it's like one of the things, but this doesn't really like help you out with is, I mean, yes, you could put anything down. As long as you play the card, as long as you play the location correctly, right? It's not really, Doesn't matter what you stick there, but you know, it's effect. It'll tell you what it is. So those X's are blocking terrain. So you can't really go through those. You have to go around them unless you're jumping. And then we have a couple of archers sitting in the background being turds, shooting stuff from behind. You gotta love guys that stand way back and just shoot you because they're that kind of people. Now the numbers you have doesn't matter. You don't have to have 1 and 2 or 3 and 4, as long as you just mark them on the right spot. That's the whole point. It's just so it gives you a way to track which character's which. I guess in theory, I mean, it doesn't tell you to put low number or high number in any particular spot, so you can put either one, and then you just treat them in order. It doesn't have like you have to put 1 and 2 or 3 and 4 or whatever. It just says this is what you're putting out there, and then they go in whatever order works. It's just a way to keep things sensical. But we're not doing round. Okay, the scenario goal is complete when all enemies in it are dead, and ice sheet has been destroyed. Oh, so we got to destroy whatever the ice sheet is. We haven't come to that yet. At the end of the round, read 77.3. Okay. Section link, when door 1 is open, read 27.1. The loot here, it says it's already... See, I'll have to make sure that the loot deck... This app has a loot deck. I'm guessing it already knows what the loot is, because why wouldn't it? I'm guessing I'm hoping it already knows what's in the loot deck. Add section, character, remove, add monsters, remove monsters, set scenario, documentation. I don't really want to touch, because I think if I touch the loot deck, it's going to roll it. And I think it's already set, so... So you got a monster and an ally deck down here. I don't even know if I have any allies in here. That's kind of funny. Because there are no allies in this scenario. It's just you. But there is 2 decks on the thing. Alright. So we're off doing our scouting mission. They'll be tired from the raids, so this is your moment, Satha had explained, pointing you toward the foothills of the Copperneck Mountains where her scout tracked the Algox attackers. I doubt you'll be able to fight them all on your own, but maybe you can find another way to subdue them if you get close. On the other hand, they'll be worn out after this little battle, so feel free to test your luck. Just remember, even a tired Algox is strong enough to rip someone in 2. You head to the area indicated by the scout, following the Algox trail toward a wicked-looking mountain. As you draw nearer, you see that the trail splits. The main force returned to the near side of the mountain, but a smaller group peeled off to hike around to the eastern face. The scout told you he suspected there was a back door to the Algox settlement, and you follow the smaller group's trail, hoping he was right. The path narrows as you approach the steep eastern face, winding up to an overlook high above. Peering upward, you make out the faintest glimmer of light, but then a shape blots it out. A body, large and white, tumbles over the rocky edge like a boulder slamming against the jutting rocks. A dead Algox brawler, just like the ones who attacked FrostHaven, lies at your feet. Judging by its injuries, the rocks weren't its only problem. There's a fight up above. You scramble toward the top, hoping to make it before the battle is through. When you're halfway up, another furry shape appears over the ledge. "More intruders," she scoffs. "You will never open the Sky Hall. This place belongs to the ice." Your shock at the fact that an Algox just spoke your tongue is quelled as the speaker lifts a huge boulder and hurls it down at you. Time to move. Okie doke. I guess we're off. I'm going to go fight this guy. So it doesn't really show that there's any kind of like extra things going on. I mean, it sounds like there's things going on, like there's maybe some allies. So I'm thinking there might be some allies, some Algox that are fighting with you in the next rooms. Right now, we're just approaching, and these guys are the ones that I'm dealing with. So Adrian and Royce have to. Let's see, we don't have a scout here, but we do have an archer. So we got 3 guys we got to deal with, and hopefully do it by way of not getting dead, right? Let's do it by way of not getting dead. So let's go ahead and get Royce and Adrian on the map, and let's see what this thing does. So I gotta kind of pop this up. So I do have 2 archers, and they're normal archers. So we got 1. Wait, what are the standees? I got 4 and 5. So we're gonna have actually 4 and 5, but we don't need that one. How do I get that one off? Go away. No. No, I don't want that one. Go away. Alright, we'll just kill him. Stop it. Go away. Alright, so I already messing up here. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Got rid of him. Alright. So I got 4 and 5, and then I have 1 Algox guard, but he's an elite. And we just have 1 of those. And the other guys aren't in here yet, so we'll just have to leave that out. We have scouts and priests, but they're not part of this scenario yet. Alright, so those are the guys that we currently have on our docket. And Adrian and Royce need to make a move. Take these guys down! So, preparatory actions, I don't think this is the time to throw up banners. I think this is a good time to bring in maybe the torchbearer or other things that actually enhance me. It's kind of risky because that means there's 1 round at least where my guys won't be able to. Oh, I will need their decks, huh? Because I don't think this doesn't have the monster decks in it. It has their modification decks, but it doesn't have their creature decks. I'm going to need their creature decks. For some reason I thought I saw that it had their creature decks, but nope. So good thing I have these out here. So we have an archer and a guard. There's the archer. See, I got to keep these kind of close because I don't want it to spread out too much. Archer and guard. So it reduces a little bit. It does have their card here. Huh. Well, let's see what that does. All right. I don't know why I'm staring at it. It had the number and everything. All right, so let's go ahead and get Adrian. Adrian's going to go with... see, I don't really have a camera on the cards that I have in front of me. So, other than showing them to you, which I don't know that I'm going to be able to do realistically, consistently. I am going to go with... Let's see, what can we do? See, here's a problem. Adrian and Royce don't necessarily work great together. Royce's job, hit and run. Which means for him to be waiting for you at the spot doesn't work great. He's really not great at just... and like, say for example, summoning reinforcements. This reinforcement guy that I summon, he's kind of weak. He's a one-hit wonder. The guy, if the Algox hits him, he's toast. You don't lose the card, but it's only going to be available to you for like a second, and you won't be able to use it till the next round. So you got to make sure you get your second round off pretty fast, so that the Algox guy doesn't have a chance to kill him before you get to use him. So, and he moves before you, so you can have him move in position, but he's only got a movement of 2, so you got to kind of plan accordingly. But I am going to try. try and do that. And do that. Okay. And then we will try to have, do I want to move fast to open the doors, or do I want to try to get, let's see. I like to get set. I like to do the things that get me going. And that might mean taking a little bit of a risk here and trying to set up. I'm gonna rush. You know what? Actually, let's. Where's his? He's got one here that gives him jump, and it pretty much lasts for the duration. Let's do this one. All right, I think that's it. I think these are the ones I'm going to start my round off with. Now, do I want to go fast or slow? I think I'm going to have him go. I'm going to have him go slow. Yeah, let's go slow, because then I can start off with a little bit, and give myself a little bit more speediness. And we'll do this. It's kind of a preparatory round. All right. Now we got to do the Algox Archer and Guard, and get their cards out, shall we? Oh, actually, let's just do their thing here. Let's see, we got the Archer. Okay, I don't know it has cards, but do I? Oh wow, okay. Well, it has this, but I can't, it doesn't actually flip the card. So, actually, yeah, I don't know how do I draw his card? It shows that, but if I click on it, it doesn't do anything. Do I need to? Do I poke in a different spot? What if I just say, no, draw? Oh, there it goes. All right, so I just press draw, round one. All right. So there you go. That's kind of cool. All right. So let's see what that does. So this is their thing. They got a 32 and a 70. I've got a 6, so Adrian gets to go first. The 32 that belongs to the Archers goes next. Royce will be next at 41, and then we have the Guard, who's at 7. Who's going to be at 70. Oh, I said I'm going slow. Oh shoot, nope. He gets to go before Royce. Okay, so now we're going to do our actions. Royce quickly preps up. She grabs her spear, sits down on the ground, and then starts mumbling something or other. Hey, Joe, get over here. I need your help. Joe, he picks Joe's standing back there with their stuff, and he's like, okay. He starts trucking out there. Joe's running up to come up. I thought you just wanted me. Just come over here. I need you to stand somewhere for me. So Joe's been called in to come and assist. And he runs up and stands next to Adrian. And Adrian says, all right, Joe, this is what I need you to do. And he starts telling him the plan for the next action, because on this action, he doesn't do much of anything. But he does set up for the charge. Now the Algox archers, who have limited range right now, the archers, they have 2 movement. It's all it is. It's just like they're going to move 2. Interestingly enough, it doesn't say +2. It just says 2. So does that mean it's ignoring the movement on their dial? Because their dial says they get a move 2 as it is. So it must be doing the actions kind of outright, because it's not saying the +2 or whatever. So it's just going to tell you he moves 2, and that's what he's going to get. So these guys get a move 2, and at a range of 3, get to take a 4-shot damage. They aren't going to get within reach, because like even if I do, I have to do number 4, number 5. Their closest possible reach is 1, 2, and they're still away. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. You know, there's. I mean, even drawing at an angle, they can't really turn that corner. And this is blocking, so he's going to have to move, and he's going to have the same problem. So he's not going to be able to actually shoot. At a range of 3, they just can't reach. The Algox guard, on the other hand, he does have the ability to move, and he's got a big hit. He's got a big hit capability on this one. He's going to do 5 damage when he takes his shot. So he's actually going to move forward, and the guy earliest... And he's equally close to both Adrian and Royce, but since Adrian is higher up in the initiative order, he has to take a shot at him. So he comes along, boom, 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 comes charging up, and he's just ready to smack on. I don't know. Does it matter where I stand him? It's like the shortest distance. I mean, they're both 2. I mean, I guess he can just go right there, right? I mean, in theory. It's like, it doesn't say that he's going to protect himself at all. Like he would try to stay away from being right next to someone else. It does say he'll try to do the minimum, take the minimum disadvantage attacks, but this is not a disadvantage attack situation. He's just taking an attack. So he's coming right up, and the guy highest in the initiative order would be Adrian. Now, technically, I guess if he came straight up, the banner guy would be first. Because he'd go straight forward. That would suck. But because higher in initiative generally means this guy would be first, because he goes before Adrian. I don't know what the normal, if there's anything special or a rule or anything like that. You know what? This guy is actually not. I'm actually going to do this. It's supposed to be 5, not that one. And then I'll go like this, and then we'll go like that, and I'll remove that one. There we go. Let's do that instead, because that's what it is. It's technically 5. But I just got to remember to match my numbers. So what's the question here? Well, the guy didn't actually get a move in this turn, so he wasn't in this initiative order. He just came in. He's just arrived. He hasn't had a turn. He's not in the list technically yet. He's still trudging forward, coming up. So he's going to hit Adrian. But 5 frickin' damage plus his monster roll, which is really hard to see. This number's really tiny. So he comes up, and he hits for 5 damage times 2. Oh, wait. Whenever an enemy moves or teleports from a hex not adjacent to you to a hex adjacent to you this round, that enemy suffers 2 damage. Well, he took 2 damage. Oh. I'm not using that. So how do I do that? So he goes, that's number 5. He takes 2 damage. Dude, he's at 12? So he comes up. I think he just decked. I think he just decked Adrian. One shot. He got one-shotted. God, how does that work? I mean, when you can't take a single hit. I mean, yeah, it was a crit, but just like that, he's dead. It's like, I don't even get a move. I think he just killed Adrian. And Royce has no chance of getting through the scenario on his own. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I may be done. Hey, Savinicus. It's not ugly. It's cool. I don't know what you're talking about. It's a little loud maybe, but it's cool. It's got snowman and Christmassiness. It's not ugly. And yeah. Business shirt. I don't know if I'd wear it for business. I'm pretty sure I would not do that. I don't know, maybe I would. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm a festive kind of guy. Our next game night is New Year's Eve. You guys are coming to our Christmas party on Friday, right? I hope you guys are going to be there. But we play gaming on Christmas Eve. It'll be all day gaming. It'll be all day Saturday, and then yeah. We are doing our gift exchange thing too on, the $20 neutral gift, I guess, for the gift exchange. If you guys want to take part in that. Oh, you and Benji, where's Kat? Is she out of town? Is she out visiting family again? And Benji stayed home with you? Okay, so yeah.
Jenny's gonna open her present. Do you care?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll come up. I'm gonna take a break here in a second.
Okay.
All right, Sebastian. I suppose that makes sense. Hey, I'm gonna run, take a quick break as I get this scenario started. I think I just got my guy killed in one shot. I'm not sure. It's like he ran up and critted me. I mean, he's an elite. He does 5 damage. He ran up and got times 2. Does 10. My guy's base health is 10. Now the only saving grace might be that I was supposed to hit the summon. And because the summon's there and he's a little higher in the initial round, I don't know. I'm going to do a quick search, but I'm also going to take a quick break. They want to open a present upstairs. It's a birthday present, not a Christmas present. But and then there's some food that my wife made, so I'm going to go do that. So I'll probably be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, I was probably exaggerating. Give me 12 minutes, and I'll be back on. Yeah, and hopefully I can figure out that I did something wrong, and then my banner spear dies, but that's better than me. I don't know. This guy's pretty brutal for able to kill you in one shot like that. But yeah, what can you do? All right, give me a few. All right. I'm back. Got cold down here. I may be wearing a less Christmassy shirt over the top of this just to keep warm. Alexa, turn on heater. All right. Got my space heater going. I should be fine now. I did eat. It didn't take that long. I went upstairs. She opened her gift. I grabbed myself some lasagna and green bean casserole and chowed down for a minute. They're watching anime. I don't know what they're watching. Some weird psychic guy anime. And they look like they're really short episodes. They look like they were like, I don't know, 10-minute episodes, but they were going, I don't know what it was. It's like all my kids are here. They're all upstairs, and they're all sitting around on the couch. My wife's and Anne's up there watching. She's not watching. She's looking at her phone, but they're all like on the couch, and like 4 of them are on their phones, and a couple of them are watching the show. It's like, quite the social hour up there. Anyway. Okay, so let's see. Now, my only hope that I'm not actually dead is that he was supposed to attack. In general, okay, here's kind of what I was thinking. Now, when a creature attacks, and he's got a choice between multiples, he attacks the one highest up in the initiative order, which in this case would be Adrian, who is the highest one up in the initiative order. But she summoned her buddy here, and he's a reinforcement. He's got 1 hit point. But what his thing is all summons go first. They would technically go ahead of Adrian. So it would technically be ahead, but since it was summoned after, he didn't get a turn. So the logic would be that if he's considered active, his position in the initiative order is actually ahead of Adrian. Now, normally I would say, okay, kill the guy. And I had to make a decision. See, this is why I don't like having to make the decision, because I don't know what the right choice is. I was thinking, well, maybe she could take the hit, and then I'll still have my stupid reinforcement. But she couldn't take the hit. So the question is, how do I know which one was supposed to be hit? And doing 10 damage on the very first frickin' turn is ridiculous. It's so irritating. Who does 10 damage on the first turn? That's like maximum bad news scenario against my strongest guy, or physically, that has the highest hit points. And it's like, what do I do in that scenario? It's like the scenario ends, and that's like the end. This guy comes up, whack, you're dead. Then what? My summon doesn't have nothing better to do. It's like he can't even attack. His job is just to be in the way. So I gotta find out. If he was supposed to attack the summon, then it's my summon who's dead, and then I'm still alive and I have a chance. But if in fact he was supposed to hit Adrian, he did, and I killed him, and he killed him, and this scenario is lost. I mean, there's no winning this scenario. Not in the current state. I would have to restart it. Yeah. So, okay, so what they do, there is monster attacks. A monster only attacks on its turn if it's got, is listed on its ability card. This attack ability allows the monster to attack using its base attack. The range of attack is specified. A monster only attacks its focus, or foci in the case of multiple targets. When its ability and card lists multiple attack abilities, the monster can perform all of these attacks on a single focus. So it's about determining the focus, really. And who was the focus? They're all the same distance. Okay, so it's right here. Focus. At the start of a turn, a monster finds a focus. This focus is the enemy it can perform its attack on using the fewest movement points. Determine the shortest possible path, taking into consideration all of the terrain. If a melee attack, the monster identifies the shortest path to a hex from which it can perform the melee attack. For a range attack, all right. If the monster cannot attack on its turn, either because it does not have an attack ability or because it has disarm. If the shortest possible path would bring the monster within range of multiple enemies, It focuses on the one who is closest by range to its current hex. See, they were all exactly the same distance away. They were all 2 away. So they were all equal in distance. If those enemies are all equally close, it focuses on the one who acts earliest in the initiative order. So again, he just summoned this guy. He didn't actually act in this initiative order. So he's not, is he actually ahead? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So, and like I said, they always act first. There is a section on summons. Let's see here. Summon is a positive ability that adds other allied figures to the map. These figures, known as summons, must be placed in different empty hexes. If there is no adjacent hex available, the figure is not summoned. A character's summon is considered a persistent bonus in their card. When the summon's hit points are reduced to 0, removed from the map, the summoner may voluntarily remove the summoner. The card is then placed in the summoner's discard pile or lost pile, depending on whether its location has an icon. Each character summon has a corresponding standee. Character summons have stats for their hit points. If a summon, attack, move, and range values along with any other special traits, if a summon's attack or move value is negative, then they do not perform that ability unless granted. If a summon range value is dashed, then they do not perform. A character's summons turn in the initiative order is always before their summoner. Always before their summoner. Which means he would have been the target. Because it's always before the summoner. And is separate from the summoner's turn. Summons are not controlled by the summoner, but instead obey automated monster rules. A summon uses their summoner's attack modifier deck when attacking. If a character summon cannot find a focus, a character can have multiple summons on the map at once. Each new summon card is placed to the right of previous summon cards in the previous active area. In such cases, the summoner will act. If there are multiple copies of the same summon, which can be tracked using their standing numbers, summons never take a turn. Okay, so if I was to read that, my summon takes the hit. Because he was equidistant. He always acts ahead, which means he's higher ahead in the initiative order, which would put him as the target. Which means I'm not dead, or Adrian's not dead, and my dude, Adrian calls up the guy. He calls Joe. He says, "Hey Joe, get over here. I need your help." Joe says, "Okay." He starts running over there, and the Algox guard runs up. Boom! Just clobbers him over the head with an axe. He's like, da, 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 slap. Just dead. And Adrian just turns and looks and, sorry about that, man. Probably shouldn't have called you over just yet. Oh, it was actually Jenny's birthday. Casey's, my daughter-in-law, Casey's wife. Her birthday was the 20th. No, it was actually the 16th. But I had gotten her gift. We haven't seen her since then because they went on. They had other things going on. She's been sick. Well, everybody's been sick. This last month has been stupid, or this last 6 months. I've had the flu. I've had a cold, and I've had COVID all since August. And I had COVID back in August, and then I had a cold like in September. Kind of got over that going into October, and then I had the flu like the beginning of December. And now it's just like I've had the little bit of congestion just kind of lingering the whole time in between, and it's kind of going now. So I don't have any of those illness things going now, other than that congestion is not completely cleared out of my system. It's getting better each day, but still annoying. But my wife has had all 3 now. We've all gotten all of them. She got the flu. Jenny got the flu that same week of her birthday, unfortunately. So she's been sick too, kind of the same. We all got sick at the same time. I don't know if any of us gave it to each other, but one of us got it. Either way, we all ended up with it. So, yeah, that was fun. So we're all getting over that now. But ultimately, we had her gift here, and she opened it now that they're over here visiting. But on the upside, now I've got my immunities like, okay, I got all this stuff figured out, so I shouldn't be sick again for another 20 years. So that's fun. That's the plan. I'm hoping to stick to. The colds I get. It seems like I get a cold like once every other year or something. A full on outright nose runny kind of nonsense. But normally I don't get sick very much. So getting the flu, that's the first time I had it in 15 years at least. It was, to me, other than the fact that I did not test positive with COVID, it felt exactly like COVID. Really bad headache, lots of aches and pains. It was almost identical, except that I wasn't positive for COVID. So I don't, it was really hard to tell the difference. And both, they lasted about the same 2-3 days, of severity, and then kind of minor cold symptoms for the next few days after that. But once that went by, I was good. So, yeah. So anyway, so it turns out this guy's dead, not me. So sadly, never got to use him. The abilities that he gains, he does give me an XP for using him. And it will go to my discard pile. Yeah, so that's gone. At least I'm not dead, but we got to kill this guy. We cannot have a guy who's capable of doing that kind of wrecking damage. I'm glad to be honest, I'm really glad I summoned him now that I realized that it was results in he was going to do so much damage. Now, granted, getting that 2 times is sucky, and it automatically reshuffles the deck. So it's like you use that 2 times, there's a chance it comes up again on the next turn. It's like a 1 in 20 chance, but whatever. And you guys probably always have some kind of sickness going on, huh? Because you got Benji, and then you got Seb, and they got kids, and they're around other kids probably when they're at school. Seb's not in school yet, is he? Is Seb in school? I mean, it'd be preschool, right? I mean, he's pretty small. Yeah. Now, I hope I haven't spread it because I've been going to the gym lately, so hopefully I haven't been giving it to anybody else. All right, so we did that. We're not dead. We're going to be close to dead if we don't kill this thing because he's freaking brutal. All right, so now the Algox guard went. He crushed my reinforcement that I called in. That proved to be pointless. And then, well, not pointless, saved my butt, I guess. So Royce is like, you little... And he does nothing. really, this whole turn is all about setup. And that's what I was trying to do, is just survive enough to turn on some abilities. One of which is going to be to give him, when he's moving slow now, he's got this shield ability. It stays in play, but he is going to get 2 experience now that he's using it. And so when he goes slow, he's going to have an extra shield, and when he goes fast, he gets jump ability, which means he won't be blocked by obstacles and other nonsense. And then his other thing is to use the bottom half of this card, which means for the next 5 attacks, he could potentially, he can move 3 at the end of the action, which makes hit and run a reality. He gets to run in, move 3 away. And that's going to come in really handy. So that's everybody's move on this first action. Yeah, I bet. Brings it home with you. Let you test it out at home. Test all those illnesses out at home. Hey, I got this new illness. Want to try this one out? It's like, yay. Sounds like a plan. So... well, should have. Thing is, that's one of the good things. Parents tend to grow really strong immune systems because they're constantly under assault. And yes, you get sick every now and then. But as the years go on with your kids, you actually get sick less often after a while because you start building up some immunity, or at least theoretically, right? Because your body's used to having an amped up Y chromosomes or whatever it is, not chromosomes, the antibodies that your body builds up are a lot more Now you're under assault more, so in theory, there's that. It's going to work against you even then. But all right, so let's get another round going. Let's go. Let's kill this stupid Algox. Time to pull in the. It's time to pull down some significant pain on this thing because he is causing me unhappiness. Now, as much as I'd like to do that, I'm not. We got to kill this thing, so we got to do as much damage as we can. What's the next thing? Do I have? He has pretty much no. What if I just do this one? I wonder if I can get that one off. If I do that, and then try to get really high up in the initiative order, you can maybe get a good shot off. Oh no, but that'll require move. He can't do both because he has to move. Urgh. But let's do it. I gotta try to crush this guy. We cannot afford to have this guy taking more shots at us. This is just too much. Adrian's like, she's trying to plan out her positioning. She wasn't able to get help from her assistant, so she's got to use Royce. Royce is going to do Speedy this time because, again, Royce too needs to get this nonsense over with. So he is going to play this thing. 'Cause I think those archers are going to come into range. And if they come into range, that's going to be bad news. So okay. So we'll do that. And we're going to have him go here. So when you do this, you pick out, so they have these numbers on them, this kind of a review. This number determines your initiative, and you can pick which one you want, one from each card. If you want to go faster or later in the initiative order, sometimes there's a benefit, like maybe you're setting up for a different attack, a different action to go along with it. Oh, T cells, that's what it is, yeah. Okay, but so anyway, usually I want to go early in the initiative, but that also makes you the target, right? The higher up in the initiative, the more likely you're going to get smacked by Algox guy. So there is that. The other option is for me to take a brutal attack and use my stun action, and that'll keep him from ever getting another shot off. But I don't know what's coming in the next rooms. There's 2 more rooms. I could easily find myself fighting more elites. And do I want to use up all my oomph on these guys? I know priests are pretty weak, so I know they're coming up. I don't know how many more guards these guys are. There may be friends in the next rooms. I don't know, because there's a fight going on. When we approached into this area, we heard a fight going. So there may be allies in the next rooms. I'm hoping, because I don't know how much I have. There's 2 more sections of area to go through. So we're going to go pretty high in the initiative. I don't know if it's high enough, but let's go ahead and find out what's next. So that means I got to roll this guy's. Let's do a draw. Wait. Oh, he already puts them in order. Nice. Okay, so the next round, we go. He's going to have 50. The Algox guard is going to be ahead of the archer, but both of us are ahead of him. So we're going to try and do as much as much damage as we can. So Adrian's going to go first. Adrian's going to use his movement to shift over to here. So he's basically just using this card's basic no nonsense move ability. And then he's going to do a pincer movement. So he's got his ally on the opposite end, which means he can do this pincer move. I don't know what this question mark thing is, though. He's got a question mark thingy. Muddle. Oh, okay. So this guy's going to have disadvantage on all attacks. Nice. Okay. So he's going to smack him. He's going to be at disadvantage. This is going to make it a lot easier to maybe not die. So we'll see how this goes. So now he's got to do his, he's going to roll his modification. You know what? This guy is an elite. He's an elite, and he has 12 freaking hit points. Now, granted, I hit him for 2 because he ran into my spear, so he's at 10. But I really want him to die. So I'm going to gamble and use my weapon right now. So this is going to stun him, in addition to him being muddled. And I'm hoping this is just going to just wreck any chance that this guy has of being anything dangerous to me. Because we got to put him down. So it's kind of early. I feel like you're blowing your big weapon. No, he's at disadvantage. I'm not going to do it yet. Never mind. I'm going to keep my hammer. He goes to reach for his hammer. She goes to reach for her hammer and goes, nah. She pulls out her spear. Just rams it into him. He's going to be muddled. He takes 5 damage. -1. Freak. 4 damage. And then, where's his other card? Oh. Oh, that was just his movement. So he does. So she basically only gets 4 damage off. It wasn't great, sadly. Oh, pause. I forgot something here. I need to find I need to find like the combat goals, and I'm trying to. Oh, there they are. So I think they both get a draw. I believe they both draw 2 combat goals, and they have to pick one. So Adrian's got these 2, and Royce. I got to pick one of these out before we get too far. I got to do it now because I forgot. And I'm pretty sure it's 2, but I'm gonna confirm. Here it is. Battle goals. Sorry. Each character receives 3 battle goal cards as a secret and chooses one to keep. Oh, okay, so they both get 1 more. So these are going to allow me to, do something cool. We need these because these are how we get our perks. We need to get those check marks. Oh no, I'm not doing that. So, like I said, when you start off a scenario, you have the option, or you got to be careful about your card management. We get 10 cards. You only ever have 10 cards, but every time you rest or to take a long rest or a short rest, you're going to start losing cards over here. And you have some cards that actually have a lost ability. Once you use them, they're out, which means they're out for the whole scenario. This battle goal card is pick 2 of them and get rid of them to start. So you start with 8 is all you get. So I'm not doing that. It's too hard. Some of these scenarios are really long, or they're longish, and you got 2 or 3 rooms to go through and a lot of movements, and it can be a pain. I was trying to get to the last scenario with 4 cards, and you can't run out of cards. If you run out of cards, you are dead. I mean, you're exhausted, and you're basically out of the scenario. So basically what that meant was I had to take a rest after every single round. Now you can do, what you do is you can take a point of damage to not have a card lost when you rest, but Royce is small. He's only 8 to begin with. So even if you haven't taken any damage, you're going down to 7. Some of these guys can kill you. I mean, like you saw, it's possible to get a double damage and you're done in one shot. So giving up any health is a bad thing unless you're absolutely sure you can do it without getting killed, murderized by your opposition. So I'm going to pick one that's a little bit more. And then it's like this one. Become exhausted before any other character. Exhausted. That means burning yourself out in the thing. That means like at the end you want to be unconscious. Hey, you'll get your battle goal, but you are out of the battle when that happens. No, you don't want to do that if you can help it. So the only other one is Dynamo. Kill an enemy with an attack that would have caused at least four more points of damage than necessary. Like you only need one to kill him and you do 5. We can try that one. That one's possible. It's gonna be like I got to do like a bunch of extra damage to the guy, but we'll see how it goes. All right, so now Adrian's got to pick hers. Now Adrian has not actually completed one of these yet. Okay, I can't do this one because I have already broke that one. I wouldn't have broke it if I had known. But never perform a basic action, which is what I did to move up next to this guy. Never exit a room with loot tokens in it, which is not bad. I like to do that anyway, so it's kind of a good one to go for. Lose a card to negate suffering 5 or more damage. Is that a thing? Can you actually do that? Lose a card to negate suffering 5 or more damage. Is that I didn't even know that was a thing. Acrobat. Huh. Well, I want Miser because it's worth two X's, but I didn't know you could get rid of it. Is that a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. If that's a thing, I could have almost saved myself if I had done the 10. I would have done that. I mean, I'm not like gonna let my guys die just because. And you're supposed to shuffle these back in at. So I'll probably have to shuffle all those later. But those are my actions, my battle goals for these guys. So now it's his turn. So he's going to try and... Well, I would love to get this going, but he doesn't have an attack otherwise, and I don't think I want to do that. So we're doing fast. So I'm going to do the blurry jab, which basically means I get to do 3 damage plus 1 damage, and he gets a wound token. So that's 4 damage. I'm going to get 1 XP for this. He's going to get to do 4 damage, give the guy a wound token, and... Where's the wound? Wound. Oh, here it is. Wound. So we'll put this... Problem is, without having the cards, I can't actually... Oh, I think you can actually do a wound token. So we'll have... if I click on... Is it him? Yeah, alright, so I give him a wound token. So it's 4 damage, but he's got to flip. He's got to flip this thing. Did I even shuffle his cards? I don't know if I shuffled his cards when I was messing with them earlier. Let's shuffle them up. I was messing with his cards, trying to decide what I wanted to do on him. So, all right. Now flip. 0. Okay, so he's doing 4 damage, and the guy's got a wound token. So we'll just take 3 and a 1, so it's 4. Let's pick those up. All right, so 4 damage. Wait, did I not do the damage my last guy hit him with? He hit him for 4 and muddled him. Okay, so I actually got to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he muddled him, which is this one. And then this guy hit him for 4 with the wound. Oh, he's really toasted. He's close to toast. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's not dead, but he's got like 2 health left. All right, so both of them have gone. They've both done their movement. He did his hit. Oh, he's got his second half of his action. All allies add -1 to their movement to their move abilities this round. This round won't matter because my ally is done. And then he gains movement where X is twice the number of your allies. So he's got on your next 5 attack actions. So he can move like a bunch of spaces right now. So he gets 3 at the end of his turn, but additionally he can just move and do, move again. Now it's a little risky for him to move at this point, but I do want him to kind of get out of range of these archers. I'd rather Adrian get hit than him. And I don't want to run after the archers because then the archers are just going to try to hit me and shoot me. So I got to back up. So I'm going to have him move out of the way. So he's just going to move over there. I didn't quite get to do what I wanted to on this one yet. I want to do the borrow time, but I can't do it yet. The preparatory actions. Preparatory. All right. It would be nice to get that going because then when I move slow, going slow has negative effects. Makes you go slower, and you do other things. You have some not positive actions. You get to ignore those if I can get that borrowed time going. But in the meantime, we got to start another round. So I believe, yeah, she should have got another experience for that pincer movement that she did. Now, if we can go ahead of the Algox dude on this next one. Actually, the guard these guys get a go right now. So it's actually not quite done. But the guard's going to make his move now. Let's see what he does. Nothing special. He's just going to hit for 4 freaking damage. That's all. That's all he's doing. And let's roll his card. Oh, good. Nothing extra. Still, it's a lot of damage. So it kind of hurt. 1, 2, 3, 4. He did have movement, but there was no point in moving. I mean, his best action right now was just to stay and hit. I mean, I don't know that moving in between the other guy would have made any difference. He didn't have maximum. There was no other targets to shoot for. So he really didn't benefit at all. Now, I believe with a wound, he actually will take a damage. Because I believe wound suffers 1 at the start of each turn. Okay, so a turn is not his turn. I think it's like the start of the next, because like we're still in this turn. So I don't know if it's his turn or mine, but I just want to make sure it's not going to auto kill him. And if it doesn't, then I'll do it on mine, because when I start the next round 3, will it? Actually, you know what? It is. They call it round, not turn, so maybe it is. So he take his wound action. Well, what did he do? Well, you know what? He got a 0, but he was at disadvantage. So he actually should have rolled again. Oh, it's 2 zeros. So he has to take the worst. So it's the same thing. Okay, but he did have disadvantage on that with his muddle. But the muddle goes away. So I can take that off. All right, so he's down. Now the archers get a go. The archers have a range of 5 for 4 damage. But they don't get a move. Freaking A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so one of them can't hit me. The other one can. Adrian, these guys are freaking 4 damage. They're not even elites, but one of them can't move and get closer. Power shot, freaking A. This is brutal. I don't know, man. They do so much damage, and she's at 6, and she's gonna take damage on this turn here. So, yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be rough, and they get a flip. So, I mean. If it's a +2, I'm toast. And I'll have to look into that thing about discarding a card. Is that actually a thing? I didn't know you could do that. But here it goes. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and shoot. I guess all I can do is flip a card. Oh, another 0. Lucky, I guess. So this guy can hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hits me, does 4 damage. Where's the negatives, man? 1, 2, 3, 4. Guys, they're just brutalizing me. These ranges of 4 and 5, and I can't get close. And they're just getting pummeled, and I haven't even gotten out to the... I can't even get out the gate. Can't even kill this guy. All right, so let's see what happens. Adrian and Royce have to get to the next round. So let's see if we can stay alive long enough to do another action here. So these guys are smaller. They don't have... I mean, they only have 5 hit points, but the problem is I've got to figure out how not to be dead when I get close to them again. Wait, didn't I... Oh, maybe I didn't do that last time. Oh, yep, I didn't do it because I needed to do the movement. Suck. That would have helped. I think we need to do that this time. I'm gonna do a rest. Now, rest means one of my cards has to be tossed. Or I take an extra damage point, which I am not going to do. So I get all my cards back except for the one I'm going to let go. The loot, the range. I'm going to get rid of this set charge one. It's a lot of movement, but I'm going to get rid of it. So that's lost. But I got my stuff back. I did not take a long rest because that means I can't do anything. And I don't want to skip my entire turn. I'm going to try to do this one. Oh, I can't do that one, dang it. Alright, so I need this one, and what else have I got? Let's do this one. We'll see if that's going to be good or not. Alright, now we got Royce. Royce has got one more fast action before he has to go slow. He can't yet ignore his slows because he hasn't gotten to that ability yet. So he does have to try to get out there and do something about these archers, though. And that would be 4. It's kind of a risk, but I may have to do that. What does Ward do? Ward actually, I think, reduces your damage by half for 1 round. Half. Round down, next source of damage, then remove. And then... yeah, but that's not gonna... it's not gonna get him to his destination. He doesn't need that. Alright, so I'm going to gamble a little bit with Royce here. Let Royce go do some damage. Royce is going to try to get out there and do some... All right. Hopefully Royce doesn't end up dead here. Well, if he moves slow, though, he gets an extra shield. That could be helpful. But I don't think I want to move slow just yet. I can't move slow. But we'll see how his movement helps him. Because right now, it's all about trying to figure out how to hit and get my buns out of town as much as possible. That one seems to be the best option for accomplishing that. Alright. Alright, so Royce is ready, as is Adrian. Let's go ahead and flip the cards for the next round. And here we go. So in theory, this guy dies on his own at the start of his turn. Because he's got a wound, and it doesn't go away unless he's healed. And that wound will take 1 damage at the start of his turn. So he took 1 damage at the start of his last turn, and now he's going to take 1 at the start of this turn, and he's only got 1 health left. So in theory, I could ignore him and just go to the next guy. So, it's because, like, he gets to go first. Well, no, he doesn't. He's tied with me. Actually, I don't know who gets to go first in that scenario. Who goes first when we're tied? Doesn't matter. He's going to die. He's not going to get a turn. Royce is at 24, and then the archer's at 31. So that's the thing. Outpost targeting, timing of attack, scenario, ending a scenario. It doesn't. Summons loot, scenario, monsters, bless, curse, attack, and damage. I was gonna look. I'm trying to figure out who wins the initiative order between monsters and when they're tied. I forgot. I mean, there is a tiebreaker, but let's go to 19. It's the bold one, so that's probably the one that talks about it most. If there is a tied initiative between multiple characters, compare the initiative values of those characters' second card. Oh, well, monsters don't have a second card. If multiple monster types in the same monster set are present, the special rules of the scenario will specify the order. In all other tied cases, the party decides. Yeah, because they don't have a second card. After each character has selected the ability, each character's chosen initiative card should be directly visible. In addition, reveal 1 monster ability card for each. Note that several monster types, in which case they all use the same monster ability. Determine the initiative order by comparing the initiative values. Monster cards and all character initiative cards. Take the initiative order tokens for all. Lowest to highest. Any character long resting has an initiative of 99. If there's a tie between multiple characters, compare the initiative value of those characters' second cards. If multiple monster types of the same monster set are present, the special rules of the scenario will specify the order. If there's a tied initiative between a character and a monster, set the character acts first. Oh, okay. So, there we go. Adrian gets to go before the card. Alright, so now, the question is, we got to get... Adrian needs some healing. So what Adrian's going to do is he's going to do this this basic ability here that just gives him 2. And it's an ongoing effect, but it's 2 for all ranged attacks. So it's 2 armor. And we definitely want that because we're about to be dealing with these ranged guys. And that'll set him up there. And then he's doing regroup, which gives him 2 health. 1, 2. And a regen token, which means he gets +1 at the start of every turn. Is that it? No. This is... So at the start of every turn, he gets to +1 at the start of turn, remove 1 damage. If he takes an injury, it goes away. So +1 at the start of turn. Remove 1 damaged. So as long as he doesn't get hurt, he can sit there and just regenerate. He's focusing on his health at the moment. And he's gonna, while he's doing that, it's a range of 2. It just says it could include himself, and I am going to put it on him. But he could have given it to Royce, because Royce is within 2. But what he's going to do is he's also going to stare into the eyes of the Algox guard, and she's going to say, "But at least I'm not going to die, you big galoot." And he just looks at her. And he dies. He doesn't get his shot off because he takes 1 damage from his wound and he bleeds out. So he's dead. He loses it, man. He's done. Okay, so the only one left right now is the archers. But there is a loot token, so we have that going for us. And at least we got rid of the elite nonsense. Her abilities are gone, at least that one is. And then we're going to go on to the next one is Royce. Royce gets to move. So Royce is going to go ahead and he's just going lightning speed here. He's going to zip 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's his movement. All adjacent allies and enemies suffer 1 damage, but nobody's adjacent to him at this point. He could. Oh wait, did I go fast last time? I think I did. So nope, he can't. He doesn't have another one of those. He could have spent one of those to gain a push on all at the target, but he's not doing that. So now he's gonna do his. Oops, wait. No, okay, so now that's 4. That's that. And then he doesn't get to do, I think you have to do these in order. So it's like move. So he can't do the first attack, but he is going to do the second part where he gets to move twice. And he gets an XP point. And then he's going to do 3 damage. Plus 2. He's going to do 5 damage to this guy. I think that might actually take him down, to be honest. I think 3 plus 2 is enough. Which will be good, because that'll be 1 less guy who can shoot at him. So he runs up on the first archer, which is number 4. And just 1, 2, 3, 4. And then plus 2 is 5. So he took 1 out. He zipped right in there. And as an effect of that, he's got this. It says on the next 5 attacks. So his next attack, which is right now, he gets to perform a movement of 3. So this guy drops. And another loot token comes out. And he's going to make this guy move by simply going up into his thing here. And ending his turn by taking the loot token. So I got to flip a loot token. So I know that's technically they get their own loot, which is kind of weird because this doesn't let you sort the loot. So it's kind of weird. You could just record it. This showed, like, I flipped and it showed me the card I got, but it doesn't like let me assign it to one particular character. Add card, enhance cards. See, there's no way to do anything with that. It just says I got 2 tokens. So that's technically Royce who got the 2 tokens, but it doesn't like. I'm just going to write them down here, even though technically you don't get them until the end. Stuff can happen, I think, that can prevent you from getting the tokens. So now the archer gets to go. There's only 1 of them left. He gets to move 2 and does 3 damage at a range of 4. So really all he's going to do is move away so that he doesn't take any disadvantage. And he can't shoot two guys anyway, so he's only got a singular target. He's going to aim at Royce. Now, Royce, when moving fast, had jump, but he doesn't have a shield. His shield is when he's moving slow. So he's got to take whatever damage this guy decides to dish out. And it's 3 damage. Plus -1. Awesome. So it's 2 damage. 1, 2. So he's going to do 2 damage to Royce. It could have been worse. I can't complain about that too much. Now this scenario doesn't end just because I kill this guy, because I still have to go through this door, which means I could kill him and then leisurely pick up this loot and go through the door. So I'll probably do something similar to that. I'm going to try to let Royce have this guy, because why not? I mean, he's got to be able to do 5 damage. Now we haven't gotten to the point where he has to be a dynamo and kill doing 4 more points of damage than necessary, because it would mean doing like 9 damage to him, because he's in perfect health right now. But also, not dying is just as important. So let's go ahead and pick up some. Okay, so at the start of his turn, Royce will regenerate, but it's not his turn yet. So what is the splashy symbol on the hand? What is that one? Cannot attack. Remove at end of next turn. Oh, nice. I can't get close enough for that, but that's a cool ability. I don't have anyway. I'm like a million miles away at this moment. So I'm going to probably have to come up with something that allows me to move and maybe do a range attack. Is there any movement on the top? I have no top card movements on this guy. Adrian cannot do squat for movement. I mean, she's got only the bottom half of movement. So if I want to do throw, I need to also find a way to move close enough. I got 2 movement basic, 1 movement basic plus pickup ability. Range of 3. 1, 2, 3. I need to get 1, 2. I can't even get close enough with the 3 movement. Yeah, she can't do squat, man. She can't even range attack at this distance. That's not too good. And other actions are really kind of not great. Her options are poor and more poor. Driving inspiration, she can. I don't think you can just do that part without the attack, so I don't think. Yeah, there's not much she can do on this round. I think I'm just going to have her do. I wanted her to do a range attack, but she can't reach because there's no movement that's going to get me close enough. I have nothing that does more than 2 movement. So I got 2 movement and then it's toast. So I have to go on with and 2 plus 3 is 5, and that's not far enough. So I'll do a basic move, and then I think I'm going to have her she doesn't do anything if she takes a long rest. But yeah, I think I might just. You can't rest with only 1 card in the discard pile. So I can't do that. You have to have at least 2 cards in the discard pile. So let's go ahead and. I guess what card is most just I don't care about-ish right now. Because I'm just going to try and move up and take that loot token, I think is all I'm going to do. Is that pull? She can do a pull, but at a range of 3, it's nothing reaches. Alright, let's just do that one. Okay. Actually, I probably don't even want to use my javelin yet. Let's use a different card for that. I'll use that for movement, and we'll use that one for now. I can't do either one. I can't do that, so... Oh, all allies. Oh, he's not even hurt. I mean, I guess he could end up hurt. I guess we'll see. Alright, so he's got his. Now, Royce is going to take his action. She's probably going to move slow. Blah, blah, blah. What's a slow movement going to do? I think I'm going to do this one. And he already picked up the thingy. Huh. That's kind of cool. Oh, that's going to get rid of this card. Unless I do the... Oh, wow. It's like learning all the cards that you can do is half the battle here. All these cards do something. Well, unless he's going to get 2 shots, which he could get 2 shots. We'll see what his movement is. But what if I do that one? What is it? A range of 1? It's like that's not even really a range, is it? That's like a range of 1 is a... That's like melee. Why does it say it's even... All right, let's do this. And I guess if he's going slow, it's really only one guy going to go before him, so he might as well just take... It doesn't matter which one he takes, but we'll do that one. I hate getting rid of cards. But if I do that, then I don't have... It's all about getting some move... It's just... Okay, let's go ahead and round. Next round. Well, he's got 2 targets at a range of 4, but he can't move. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so he can shoot only one guy. He can't reach Adrian from where he's at. So his thing is 56. So it's going to be Royce, then Adrian, then Royce, then the archer. Now I decided here I'm just going to go ahead. There's not much he can do. He's just going to move over here and pick this up. And that's kind of the extent of his actions. He doesn't have anything else. So what's the next thing? Oh. Random item. Huh. I don't know what random item is. I mean, I know it's like there's a random item deck, but I got to remember. Let's see. Unemployed challenge. Let's see here. We got completed challenge. Oh, these cards have markers on them. Available purchase items. I think it's these things. I didn't realize there wasn't a divider for these. And they are facing each other. I got to figure out which one. I don't remember which one is the deck I'm supposed to draw from. Nice thing about random items, I believe, is you get them immediately. So I really kind of have to do it. You can use it like right now. So I gotta gotta make sure I get that card. Random item, page 16. Loot deck, money, random item. One card that provides a random item. This can only be gained once per scenario. Certain events will allow you to add +1 sticker to a loot card, which provides one additional resource of that type. Money and resources looted during the scenario are not gained until the end of the scenario, but random items are gained immediately. So I gotta go page 32. Oh, that's just for the loot. When a loot token is, if the loot token provides a random item, the looting character checks off in the scenario entry loot table. Okay, so I have to check this off in the, right here. A pencil does not write on this thing. It doesn't. So this is where my first mark. So what happens when you start marking up the book? It becomes played. This is the thing about this game. It's huge. It's big. I'll probably never play it a second time, but it's still kind of just every time I have to start putting in a perma mark. There are ways you could probably work around it. If you play it again, you might just say, put a second mark next to it, you know. If it's empty, put a mark. If it's a second mark, whatever. But there's a lot of stuff in this game where you are marking, where you start putting stickers down and marking this and that, and they're going in the book and they're going on the map and they're going everywhere. And there are supposedly going to be what they call them removable sticker sets. If you really think you see, the thing is, I think the only real reason to use a removable sticker set is if you plan to resell a game. Because when you're done with it, you want to be able to just take all the stickers off. But you know what? That's going to be a pain in the rear. I'm telling you right now. You have stickers everywhere. There's board and pieces and all that stuff. And then when you take your removable stickers off, where are you going to put them? Back on that old piece of removable sticker plastic board somewhere? You're going to start peeling everything off and trying to put them back in all the right places for the original start, so that when you sell it, you can go, hey, this has been played, but, you know, we use removable stickers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't foresee it happening. It's one of those games where you're investing in it, you're playing it through, and then... what? I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do. What you going to do when you're done with it? It's good. I don't know, man. But here it is. I have not perma-marked anything yet. I mean, my character sheets, but I could just copy those. There's a bunch of them. This is a perma-mark. Taking my pen and marking that little square, I've crossed into the abyss. They have not, by the way, come out with the removable stickers yet. They're on, they're pre-order. So if you buy a game now and you're already playing it, you're kind of out of luck. You don't have the removable stickers. And I still think they're a pain in the butt. You just got to commit to the game never getting played by anyone but you. And your friends, hopefully. Or like me and myself and I. All going to share this game. And will I ever get through it? I don't know. There are 140 scenarios in this game. Or maybe it's 130. I think it's 139 scenarios. I rounded up, but it's a lot of freaking scenarios. You won't play them all. I mean, even if you play a game all the way through, you might get through 70 of the scenarios. Because there's going to be branches that cut stuff off, and you go off, and you won't come back to other scenarios. So you might be able to figure out a way, if you're a completionist, I want to play everything, and you go back. I probably won't do that. Because this takes a long time. Just like, okay. Anyway, so I still got it. There was a thing that I'm pretty sure. When you do the random item, you basically just draw from a random items deck, and I just wanted to make sure. 32. Force loot. When a loot token is looted, removed from the map. If the loot card provides a randomizer, the looting character checks off one snare's entry loot table and then draws one card from the random item deck and adds it to their pool of items. They may then use it normally for the remainder of the scenario. If the loot card provides money or resources, when resource tile is looted, removed from the map, monsters cannot loot. Okay, so basically I just got to figure out what my loot deck is. I mean, I know it's one of these two things. It's either the front or the back, but it's like it didn't like, I don't have a thing that marked it, so I have to, it's in here. This little startup thing tells you when you do the loot deck. There it is, R. Okay, separate the random items blueprints into two sets. 051, 058, 058. Shuffle the 051, 058 blueprints together, which will form the active deck. But do not shuffle the 059 to 065. Well, these are random item blueprints. Is there a different thing? Is there something different? Random room. Random scenarios. Nope, I guess it's the random item blueprints because there's not another thing. There's random. Yeah, so separate the random items into two sets, 51 to 58, and shuffle the 051 to 058 blueprints together, which will form the active deck. Okay, so 051 to 058, which are supposed to be shuffled up. 051 to 058. Okay, so these guys are supposed to be shuffled, which they are not. They are currently, oh, maybe they are a little bit shuffled. All right. So this is the active one. This is my first, it says random item blueprint. So does that mean I actually get an item, or am I getting a blueprint? I don't know what that means. Laser lens. I got a laser lens. Don't know what that is. During your turn, use fire to cause up to 2 enemies within a range of 4 to suffer a damage. So you have to have probably some infused fire. So if there's infused fire, you can do this. And then it has these blueprints. So I basically found me some laser lens, but it also, these blueprints can come into play. Like you can then have them crafted or made if you want to just have them available. But since she actually got a pair, that's better. So during your turn, up to 4 away is pretty good. A quick ping, it's not much, but hey, 1 damage up to 4 away is pretty good. And it's just, it's not even just target. It's just up to 4 away. So that's pretty good. All right. So she got her thing. She got that item. It's Adrian's turn, I guess. Now Adrian's moving kind of slow right now. He's in his slow-mo go state. And pretty healthy, kinda. I think I'm gonna have Adrian go ahead and just move up to him. And then actually, neither of them are great. I'm trying to figure out how to block him from moving. But he's gonna do the 2. He's gonna just do the 2, and then he's gonna try and do 2 damage. +1. Nice. So it's 3 damage to that guy. That's it. Nothing special. 3 damage. It was a slow-mo ocean. Slow-mo ocean. So we're going to do 3 damage to this character. Close. And we'll just go here. 1, 2, 3. And now it's his turn. Now the archer gets to go. His turn will be move to 2 targets at a range of 4. Oh no, he can actually get in a position to shoot both guys. But he only gets to do 2 damage. 1, 2. So he's going to move there, maximize his targets, which is what he'll do. And he's going to shoot both Adrian and Royce. Ouch. It's only 2 damage, but it's 2 separate attacks. Neither of these guys, I think, have... Oh, okay. So Adrian's got a 2 armor for range attacks. So that's good for him. Actually, you know what? I forgot to do his act. He got to move his attack. So he moves... Hold on a sec. He gets 1 experience for that. And actually... He was here. I'm going to have him move to here. Which means if I have him move away, he's got to pick a guy to shoot. So he can't shoot them both. Because he's got a range of, he can go 2. Because that's his thing. He gets to move 3 away. And that's kind of, oh no, on your next 5 actions while performing at speed. Oh shoot, he can't do that. He's not performing at speed. Dang. I didn't realize he wasn't. Yeah, that was a slow motion action. So, never mind. Doesn't get that. What else does he have? Well, moving slow, though, he does get a shield. So he is at least partially shielded. So both of them are partially shielded. So essentially, this guy's going to shoot for 2 damage on Adrian right now. So at 2 damage on Adrian, well, actually, the first one he shoots is probably him. So, okay, so he has to shoot Royce. It's -1. So he's doing 2 damage. It's 1 damage against Royce because of his shield. And -1. So he's basically misses Royce. Now it's -2 against Adrian at range. -1 again. Nice. So he basically gets the big fat bagel. Fires 2 shots off. Pling, pling, bounces off their armor. And he accomplishes nothing with that. That's sweet. You can't complain about that. So Adrian and Royce make out a little bit there. Royce is too quick. Adrian's too far. He wasn't able to hit either one of them. So that's good. Now that said, Royce is kind of low on cards. So Royce is going to have to take up his cards. He's going to have to do a basic rest at least to get his cards back, which means he's got to either he's going to have to dump a card. Because I don't want him to skip his turn, I'm going to go ahead and have him just dump one of these. I'm going to dump this one. Okay, so now we're going to have... Adrian doesn't really need to, other than the big advantage for Adrian right now is if he takes a full rest, he can actually get some more health back. Now, Adrian didn't get hit, and he was able to heal 1 from his regen. So he had that going for him. But he is in pretty sad shape at the moment. Adrian is low. So I am actually going to go ahead and take a full rest with Adrian this time, which basically means he's going to go at initiative 99 and do nothing. But I get all of his cards back. He does have to get rid of 1. He's going to get rid of that one, I guess. But this is going to give him 2 health back just for doing that, which is definitely something he needed. He still has his regen going, which will come in handy. He's not doing anything this round, but he's basically initiative 99, so I don't know if a full rest still requires me to discard a card, though. I don't. It seems kind of silly, but I just don't do anything this round. I get all my cards back, and I rest. But I'm pretty sure you don't have to lose any cards, I would think. Rest. I think last time I did it, I still burned a card, but I think I did that wrong. Resting. Okay, so during the card selection, character may declare long rest. This constitutes an entire turn of the round. Instead of playing 2 cards, it is informed when a character is long rest, they follow these steps. Lose 1 card of their choice from the discard piles. Perform 2 heal. Recover all their spent items. Optional items can be used during the same turn in which they are recovered. Okay, so yeah, that's basically all she's doing. She's doing nothing this round is what it's going to come down to. And then it's going to come down to Royce, who didn't actually take any damage, but he did lose a card. And he's not healing. He's going to try and get up on this guy and take him out. So he really wants to get this thing going, though, this borrowed time. Which means if he's going to do borrowed time, which is a top of which is a top of card for option. He needs to do a... Oh, he does have an attack option here. I didn't know he had a bottom attack option. So he did slow last time, which would have got him back one of these. So if he does that, at speed, heal 2. Guess I don't need to do speed. Let's go slow. Go ahead and up. You can get up to 2 back on your timers there. I'm not going to go. I'm going to go slow. And let's do this. Okay. Now it's his turn. Well, now we have to do his flip card. All right. So he gets to. He's got a 16. Which I believe, oh, nope, Royce is going to go first. Wait, did I not pick, oops, I didn't pick Adrian's abilities. Adrian's going to move and throw it. Oh no, Adrian is, that's right, Adrian's resting this round. He's not doing squat. So he's basically way at the bottom. So it's going to be between Royce and the archer. So Royce is going to get a move or do something. Really, his action does not actually include movement. Technically, I guess, kind of, sort of. He's got this thing he's pulling into play. He's moving slow. Oh, wait, that's 32. 32 is actually slower than the archer, sadly. All right, so the archer actually is going to take a shot. He's got a range of 4, but he only gets to hit one guy, which in this case is going to be Royce. He only does 2 damage. So he moves really fast, pulls out his bow, fires at Royce. Royce has a shield since he's moving slow, so it's going to be -1. He's doing 1 damage. -1. Boy, this guy is not good. He got a lot of zeros and minuses. So he basically did 0 damage, did nothing to Royce. Now it's Royce's turn. Royce is going to go ahead and his thing here says, on your next 6 actions while moving slow, ignore all the slow parts of your actions on the next 6 actions. So he doesn't actually have any extra on here, but what he is going to do is he's doing this heal for 2, which puts him back to full health. Targets all of his friends within one, basically like adjacent guys, I guess, but it doesn't really do anything else. But part of his action was he gets to do at a range of 3. He gets to pin that guy. So he's going to throw this down on his foot. So he's going to pin his foot. And he won't be moving in this turn. And then at the end of the action, effect, and perform that blank at the end of the action. So he did that. Okay, so this is just sitting here. He's got a lot of those tokens. I mean, he's got a lot more spaces now than he's going to have tokens to get through them. I don't know, is that considered an attack? I mean, it pinned his foot, but if it is, then he actually gets an XP and gets to move 3. I don't think I'm going to... Actually, you know what? I am going to move him. I don't know if that's considered an attack. It feels like an attack, right? You still threw something at him and pinned him to the ground. So that feels like an attack. Doesn't say it's not an attack. So he gets an XP for getting to the third one there. Okay. So he's moving slower. But now we go on to the next round. We're going to go ahead and start. Adrian's ready to get back into this mess. He's had enough of this sitting around nonsense. I mean, he is only a 7, though. Oh, he still has his thing, so assuming he gets to go quick enough, he'll be able to regenerate a little bit more, which will come in handy. At a range of 3, 1, 2, 3. So he's going to have to move. Whew. All right, we'll do this one. Okay. All right, so now let's flip his card, shall we? So he's not moving anywhere. He's got a power shot. Uh-oh. 4 damage at a range of 5, but he's 64. So, oh, did I not get Royce's thing out? I didn't even done Royce's, dang it. Royce is gonna, yeah, Royce definitely moving fast this time. He can't be doing this slow poke stuff forever. He gets a little too antsy for that nonsense. Let's go ahead and let's just go ahead and blurry jab him. And then I guess you don't have any like shields. Nope, no shields. Okay. Let's just go for the kill, shall we? Going fast. All right. So that said, we are gonna go. He's 64. We got 18 and 20. So Adrian, of course, going first, followed by Royce, and then we're going to take our shots. The first one's going to go as Adrian. Adrian is actually going to just move 2. basic move. And then he's gonna do a driving inspiration, which means he's got at a range of 4, he's giving someone advantage. He's got a range of 4. Oh no, he has advantage. Okay, so at a range of 4, so he's gonna shoot this guy with advantage. So he's got 2 damage times 2, which we will take, of course. So it's 4 damage. And then we empower the sun, which, by the way, I never even got my empower the world out. Right? I never even got that card out. Where is it? The one that is going to where's it at, man? I'm missing the power up the world card. Oh, there it is. Way the heck over there. Right. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop down the let's drop down the sun. I'll drop them all down. Sun. Is that the sun? Yeah, well, I don't know. It looks like a sun, kind of, almost like a star. I don't think she's got any powers that use it anyway. So it's times 2. He did 4 damage to a guy who I believe is actually already wounded. So 1, 2. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, so he's toast. Shot him down. The javelin puts him out. He drops a loot token. Now we got to start moving towards the door. But somebody's got to pick that loot token up. So Royce doesn't really have any real range for picking up stuff, but he'll just go ahead and move. Sure, why not? I'll have him move here, end his turn. He'll pick it up. What will we get? 2 more coins. I'm just going to write those down so I don't have to worry about them. So Royce got 2 more coins. Royce loves his coins. Royce is a coin collector. His other action with speed, since he did use it, which I didn't spend it though. Oh. Actually, you know what? I didn't realize he had this ability. So he's actually got speed. He could have just picked up this thing because it's at a range of 1. So he picks up the loot at a range of 1. And then he can move 5 away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I open the door? Do I dare open the door without Adrian in the way? I think I'm going to stop short. I don't want to open it until Adrian gets a little closer. So we're going to go ahead and not open the door just yet. We'll stop short. Yeah, we kind of want Adrian nearby. Adrian's kind of important. Alright, so on this next turn, we're just going to go ahead and find some that move, some movement cards. That ain't going to help. So basically all he's got is generic movement. You know what? I think I'm going to do... That doesn't even provide any movement, but I'm doing it anyway. And we'll do regroup again. Alright, so he's going to actually heal himself again for 2 more. Oh. Well, you know, this is where it gets a little weird. There's no bad guys in this area. I haven't opened the door, so it really doesn't matter right now. We're just doing 2 cards. We're going to go through the actions because the order is not going to matter at this point. Because I'm not... It's just... I get that, and then I regen. So he's back up to 10, and he's pretty fully healed. He'll do the... He's doing the healing, plus he already had regen on, and he hasn't been damaged. Additionally, he's going to go ahead and use this shield thing. So he turns on his shield, which gives him another shield. So he's got 1 shield at normal, but now his range is all screwed up. But at least he's got like 2 sets of range defense. A regular range of 1 shield, and he's got he's got regular shield for everything of 1, but all his range is down, and then he gets an additional 2 shield for ranged attacks. So he's basically got 3 defense at range. So he's going to be pretty tough to hit at range right now, which is really good for him, and hopefully that means he can be pretty useful in doing other stuff. Okay, so he'll have to work on the close-up stuff. Maybe even getting his butt out there in the open so that archers want to shoot him. Okay, so that's the end of that. Royce's turn will involve basically a lot of sitting around. So Royce is at full health as well because they did some stuff to heal themselves, got themselves in good shape. I'm not going to have him do any actions, really. I'm just going to have him wait, which means using up 2 cards. And then he's going to wait for Adrian to catch up a little bit. So it doesn't matter. He's just using 2 cards. He's not healing. He has none of his preparatory cards are actually out right now. We'll say he moves slow so he could actually get this thing back. And he has nothing to shoot at. His next 6 actions, while slow, ignore the negative effects. But this does actually move because it's next 6 actions. So he's doing this, which means he actually gains another XP. Oops, 8, 7. So he's gaining some good XP right now. And now we will we're going to go ahead and have Adrian catch up a little bit. Best movements I have for Adrian are 2. I really don't have a lot of movement, so I'm just going to take 2 of these actions, move 2. That's going to be his whole turn because he has no attack. His upper stuff doesn't move or do anything cool. That's going to help him in the long term, so that's going to go away. This infusion is gone. He will move 2 to catch up slightly. Adrian, on the other hand, who's already full health, is just he's gonna rest, and he's gonna take a damage so he doesn't lose any cards. So he's just gonna be at 7 because he can. So you can take a damage during a rest and not have to discard a card. Not lose a card completely. Got to keep my cards kind of up as much as possible. So we're gonna go ahead and. I might need some kickstart here. I need a drink. Let's chug. I want to be done by 5, and I think we can do it. I'm kind of getting a little bit of rhythm, a little flow, a lot less checking in the books. I know, I only got through 1 door, but I think we can get through this. All right, so now we are going to go ahead and do an action that's going to get us through that door, which is going to expose more monsters and kind of get us moving a little bit into the next zone. So let's bring these guys down a little bit. It's going to be a little trickier. I'm going to pull these down over here. I need to be able to work through these. What I am going to do is I am going to have Adrian. He's also going to pick up his cards because he doesn't want to be out cards either. So he's going to get all of his cards back. And he's at full health. I'm going to let him drop 1 to 9 also because I don't know what's coming up in these following rooms. But having picked up all of the goodies and loot, we're going to go ahead and make a run for this door. So, I don't know what to expect here. But we're going to go ahead. Adrian's farthest movement is 2. But I also want him to get out this torchbearer. Grant 2 allies 3. Grant 2 allies within range 3 movement. So I'm going to give He doesn't get a move. Oh, God. So many. I got. Oh, this one lets him move a little bit. And I don't have any. All of my summons are bottom half, and I really want to summon this guy because I think he'll be. I like to have extra guys with me, so I'm going to summon this guy, which means Adrian's not actually going to move on this one because he has no other movement options. All of his stuff is kind of. Sure, we'll do a regroup. It'll get me full health again. All right, so again, as we go into this action now, there's no bad guys yet, but as soon as we open this door, they have the option to move against us. So they're going to come into the initiative order pretty much the second I open this door. So I'm going to try to, I mean, I guess it depends on which of these guys moves first, because Royce is going to move. I think Royce can't actually go up on this unless he does this thing. So I'm going to have him go up here, which is going to give me a little bit more speediness. And then I'm going to also try to move. I think I might just do a basic move, because actually, you know what? I might actually try to give myself some extra. I mean, there's a lot of movement here. Because he got an extra 3 movement thanks to, or he's going to have an extra 3 movement thanks to Royce, or thanks to Adrian. Oh, no, he won't. Not if he does that. Let's do this. Let's see what happens. Hopefully I won't get Royce dead. Let's not get Royce dead. That's my goal. Alright, so that one's flipped down so I don't get mixed up. And 22 versus 36. So he's going to go first, which means he is going to raise... He's going to get his torchbearer guy going here. The torchbearer. Torchbearer pops up right in front of him. Doesn't get a move yet, but at least he's kind of close. And then his second action is going to be regroup, which heals him. He can only go up to 10, but whatever. I just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. So that's going to be the end of Adrian's actions. And then Royce, who is... he's going to actually... He's moving... He's moving slow, I guess? Yeah, sure. I guess he's moving slow. Doesn't really matter. He's going to get 2 of these tokens, which is going to help a lot in his wanting to move fast. He's also going to get a ward for the next time he gets hit, which is going to come in handy. And... he also gets this thing, which I don't even know what that is. This little weird bless. Oh, he gets to add a bless. So he adds a bless to his deck here. I don't even know where those are. It's like, oh, here they are. So a bless card, I guess, is an extra 2 times. I guess that's what it is. Doesn't really say what they are, but I mean, it says 2 times, so I guess it's an extra 2 times. I don't know. I think once you use it, it goes away. But I think you just shuffle it into your deck. I should probably look it up, just because I'm not guessing. Probably is not the best solution, but I'm pretty sure it's just the 2 times that you shuffle into your deck. And I don't know if you get it and you have to shuffle up your entire deck, which you might. You shuffle the whole deck up, and once it's used, it goes away. It doesn't come back unless you bless again. But let's make sure. Let's make sure I know what I'm doing. Okay, be less, 28. Curse, huddle, heal, stun. Bless. The figure must shuffle a Bless card into their attack modifier deck. If the figure does not use an attack modifier deck, Bless has no effect. When a Bless card is drawn, it acts as a 2 times modifier is returned to the supplier once resolved, instead of placing in the discard pile. There are 10 Bless cards which can be added to any deck. If there are no Bless cards available, Bless has no effect. Oh wow. So you can only have 10 even going at any time. So if you got a lot of crazy blessing going on, you guys got 1,000 bless cards in his deck that aren't coming up for some bizarre reason. But there you go. Yeah, I just shuffle it in. It doesn't say reshuffle the entire deck. That's why I didn't. I just shuffled it into the cards that hadn't been used yet. And it doesn't say it's a reshuffle card. So, oops, wait a minute. Did I? That was weird. Did I shuffle these? I don't know if I shuffled them. So it'll stay in there until it gets used. Well, in this scenario. Obviously, it goes away if the scenario ends. Okay. Alright, so he did that. And this card is gone. That's one of those cards you use to set yourself up in a nice way. And now it's gone. And then I'm going to move. And now we're going to move right into the door. Hello. Door opens. And we go read the next section. Okay, it says here, when you open up door 1, go read 27.1. 27.1, that's this guy here. $27.1. 22. 26. 27. Alright. Dodging boulders on the side of a mountain wasn't quite how you imagined spending the morning, but you make it to the overlook without getting crushed. However, just before you pull yourself over the final ledge, a voice carries out over the wind, stopping you. "For ice pissers," it shouts in a deep, commanding cry. "You are nothing but petty blasphemers twiddling in your caves." You make it over the ledge and see the owner of the voice pinned between two boulders. She's clearly an Algox, but she is dressed much differently from the brutes who were just hurling boulders at you. Larger than her male opponents, she wears ornate battle garb that marks her as a prominent member of a different faction. She turns to you with snarled hatred, but softens when she realizes you're not friends of her enemies. "Quickly then, warm bloods, help me fight these dirt lovers. Aid me, and I swear to aid you." Her hand, though pinned, glows with a crackling blue energy. And we're off. Okay, so this next section is going to be using 11C. C. Mm-hmm. Okay, so at the end of this one, we'll be going over and checking out 6.1, but we have not cleared another room. We've got a whole nother space to go to there. The Algox priest is an ally to you and the enemy to all monsters. If all revealed enemies are dead, the Algox priest focuses on moving toward and opening door 2. If the Algox priest dies, the scenario is lost. Dun dun dun! We don't want to let her die. Don't let her die, man! Keep her alive! Alright, so we gotta get some monsters down. The Algox priest is a friend. So, yeah. And the Algox priest... The Algox priest is pretty close to me. Okay, so she's an ally, so we gotta give her a blue base. so I know who she is. Algox Priest. This one. So we're introducing a priest to our little fun and games. But she is a friend. She's right there. And then additionally, we have a couple of rocks, more rocks. And one is right in front of her. And I don't know what another one is, but this will work. This goes right there. And then now we have to decide how many bad guys are actually in here with me. And it looks like there are 2 regular... Oh, actually, they're different guys. There's another elite in here, which is great. The elite is a scout. Oh, it's more archers. Oh, God. Alright, so there's a regular archer and an elite archer. Wow. Alright. A regular archer. He goes right back here behind this rock. And then there's an elite archer, which I don't actually have one out here. Hey TDL, how you doing? We're doing all right. We're getting through. You know, Adrian and Royce kind of got through the first room. Not too bad. Got a close call. Adrian got knocked down to 2 health, but since then is healed up all the way. Almost got killed outright because the stupid elite guard ran up to us and crit max damage, did 10 damage. I thought he hit Adrian, but I misplayed it. Adrian would have been dead in 1 shot outright, but turns out she did a summon, and the summon is ahead of her in the movement in the initiative order, and as such was the target. And of course Adrian had just called him over, said, "Hey buddy, come over here and help Joe." Joe runs up, whack, axe on the head. Joe's dead. So that was the end of Joe. No, there wasn't any helping out with that one. So Joe's just the name of the random guy I decided was the reinforcements that Adrian called over from the cart. He's the guy who's in back, carries their stuff for him during battle, so he just stays back. But she called him up to come and help. Didn't work out too well for Joe. Okay, so and then lastly, we have this scout guy. I guess he's a scout because he's different. Yeah, Algox scout. And he is just regular, but I've never seen a scout before, so we're gonna learn what these Algox scouts are all about. Looks like they have range too. They have a sling. So how you been, man? How's things going for you? So I don't even need to use these cards, which is nice. This app is kind of cool for purposes of not having to mess with the cards. These little card things are not great. They don't really hold the tokens well. They're not tight enough. They have no grip on the card. So that guy's pretty big. He's a hardy. Can I show you? I don't know if this thing will actually. Nope, the camera's not actually got that much range to it. But there's the. I'm trying to see if you can see it, but it's. So this guy here is pretty big, and he's the one I'm pointing at right there. And then you got the smaller archers are down here. This guy's an elite archer. Gotta love fighting elites. Especially at range, because they could do so much damage. They do 4 or 5 crazy amounts of damage. You gotta get in there and just mess them up. So they get turns out the gate, so I gotta kind of give them their... there's not really anything else over here that's gonna cause, like there's no more objects and that kind of thing. So I gotta add some dudes. So we got an archer. We got an elite archer using standee number 1. And then we have a regular archer using standee number 4. And then we have a scout who's just a regular scout using standee number 2. And then we have the priest, which is this girl who's actually on my side. I assume she's a regular priest. Just says she's a priest. Oh, it does say she's a regular one. Okay, so yeah, so she's on my side. She's an ally. And she's using standee 5. Alright, so I guess that's pretty much it for that. So now I have an ally deck here. So that's why there's an ally deck, because I got to use that for her. So there's none of these guards. I don't know how good these scouts are, but I don't like the guards, so I'm glad he's not in there. But we also can't let her die, so I got to kill these monsters and not let her die. So he moved 1 space. Goal here is to find out if he's got any additional movement in that stuff that he did. So he basically just did that, moved a space. He's got 3 more, so he can actually keep moving 1, 2, 3 as he closes in on this Algox scout guy. And then all enemies suffer 1 damage. There aren't any other ones. It's just the 1. So he's going to take 1 damage. One, and then he has 1. Well, it's only 3, but it's okay. He got. Oh no, he gets to ignore. He gets to ignore his slow actions. So he didn't get penalized for that. But it doesn't do damage to the opposition. But I can spend 1 of my things and push him away 3 spaces. Now, I don't know what this guy can do, but pushing him away does sound pretty good. It's not really an attack action. Yeah, you know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to push him away, and then I'm going to use, it's like, during my next 6 actions while moving slow, ignore all effects. Well, that's what I did. I ignored the effect. And perform a ranged action pin. So I'm going to pin the scout. Actually, I can pin anybody, but the archer is going to shoot at range anyway. So I don't care. I'm going to pin this archer, or the scout. And there. So yeah, it doesn't show. I thought maybe it would take away his movement, calculate the movement out, but it doesn't. So he is pinned. He hasn't actually gotten into the initiative order, probably because I haven't given them cards, but he was in the middle of his action. So these guys actually get to come in on the same turn, and they get their actions. So basically, we're going to do them in order starting right now because they just came into the view. And it says they're allowed to move on the same turn at which you open the door. So they're going to go. But he was already moving, so I had him finish his turn. Ultimately, what this means is the priest, which is the friend, the ally, is going to go next. And then the scout will go after that, followed by the archers. Which I don't know what I did with my archers. this archer. And my other guy's already gone, so we'll just say that it was Adrian and Royce and then those guys. Just because that's the order pretty much came out here. I think it would have been pretty close to that anyway, because he was already moving. Alright. The priest character can move 2 and at a range of 3 heal, which is kind of cool, but I don't know that anybody needs healing at the moment. I mean, kind of want her to stay back because she is kind of a healer. But hey, if that's what she's got, man, let's do it. She's going to pick a guy who's at range let's go ahead and move close enough to Adrian to give him his heal. So she can't quite get range here, so she gets 2. 1, 2. And she's going to heal Adrian, hitting him for 3, but he only needs 1 to be full health. And that's pretty much her action. Then we're going to go ahead and have the scout take his turn. And the scout gets to move 3 and does 1 damage at a range of 3. But he can't move because I knocked him backwards and pinned him. So, hey, I knocked him backwards. I thought I knocked him backwards 3. Wasn't it a backwards 3? Yeah. Oh, no. First of all, I had to spin this. It is 3. And at that same range of 3 is where I was able to perform. Yeah, at a range of 3, he pinned him. So, yeah, it's a range of 3. Okay. So he knocked him backwards 3. Oh, I see. Oh, here's the problem. I knocked him backwards 3, but at a range of 3 is not the same. Because he's here, 1, 2, 3, knocked back. But my range of 3 stops here, which doesn't pin him, which is dumb. So, he can move, sadly. But so he'll move up. He only gets to hit 1 target. But he's got this weird little symbol. What is that? Impair. Cannot use items. Remove at the end of next turn. Oh, okay. So he got up to here. He's firing a single shot at me. And it only does 1 damage. And thing is, he was moving slow. So when he's moving slow, he has a shield. So he's currently at 0. So this monster, if he wants to do any damage, he has to actually flip a good card. +1. So he did 1 damage to Royce. He did manage to get up, and he impaired him, which means he can't use his items, but it only lasts for 1 turn. And Royce ain't even... I mean, I kind of been forgetting to use his items, to be honest, but I probably shouldn't do that. Because there's still stuff to do here. Which one of these impairs? Oh, here it is. It's a weird looking symbol, really. I don't know what that symbol is, but I've got one on me. Oh! And he had ward on him. So ward, I think actually ward will... You just woke up, man. Yes, these 3 guys are bad guys. This is a friend. This is my summon. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, he's there. You can see him from the top there. And then these are obviously my friends. This is just a priest, an Algox, who's actually on a different faction against these guys. So these 4 are me and these 3 are them. And there's also another room we haven't even gone into yet. But she can't die. That's bad. So, and this guy here, this little archer, you can't see from this camera, but from above you might. Yeah, he's an elite. So he's capable of some significant pain and injury. But as I had ward half rounded down, so he basically did 0 damage to him because he get a half the 1 and rounded down, so it's 0. But this goes away because as soon as he takes the damage, he removes that. So that's gone. So the scout didn't really do much, but now it's the archers' turns, who I hate. Did I mention I hate the archers? Oh, one of them's he's an elite. That's just gonna suck. All right, so they both get a power shot. both of them get a power shot. Now the elite guy gets to go first, and he does 5 damage at a range of 5, so he doesn't even need to move. He gets to just shoot at Royce. But now Royce has an armor of 1, so basically he's going to reduce the 5 to a 4. Big whoop. And he really, for all the other stuff he has, he doesn't really have anything else. So he gets reduced to 4. When you are attacked before drawing an attack modifier card, the attacker gains disadvantage. I'm doing that. I'm making sure he doesn't X me. I'm going to use my leather armor. So this is going to exhaust this, but basically he's going to have disadvantage on this. So he's going to take a shot at 4, disadvantage. So let's go ahead and flip his cards. Oh, look at that. If I hadn't disadvantaged, he would have had 2 times. Dead. I'd have been dead as a Dornalian. So I'm so glad I activated that. And a 0. We'll take the 0, or he'll take the 0. So he's taking 4 damage on me still. That's a painful hit. But I'm alive. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ouch. Now, that said, when you are attacked, before drawing an attack modifier card, the attacker gains disadvantage. Okay, so that's not going to be usable again. And this guy, he doesn't do as much damage, but I don't have as much health. And so this was supposed to reshuffle the cards, though, and how do I reshuffle the cards? Because when that comes up, you're supposed to reshuffle the cards. How do I reshuffle these cards? Are you taking off now?
We'll see you in the morning.
All right, see you in the morning. Have a good one. Merry Christmas Eve. You guys doing anything this evening?
Yeah, we're gonna make some mulled wine and watch the Nutcracker.
Gonna make wine?
Mulled wine. If you put wine in it and it turn into another drink.
Oh, okay. And the Nutcracker. You're gonna watch the Nutcracker?
Yeah, B&B, the last few years we've been buying digitally and watching the ballet.
All right, well, cool. Have a good one. See you tomorrow, son. All right, so I got to survive this hit. I don't have another way to improve my chances. All your ranged attacks. This is your ranged. I don't have anything else out that's going to... 4 kills me. I mean, that's all there is to it. 4 and I'm dead. Or exhausts me. I mean, I don't have any way to take 4 damage. I don't have... I'm just looking at all my goodies. I've kind of used up everything. Oh! Wait a minute. He does have a shield. He's got his 1 shield here when moving slow, but that would have been 5, then 4, and he took the 0, which would be 4. Okay, so this is 4, so he's only 3. So he's not dead automatically from this attack, but we're going to need a little miracle to go along with the attack to not be exhausted or killed or knocked out or whatever you want to call it. But the thing is that ×2 is supposed to shuffle these cards, and I don't know how to do that. Send to bottom. I don't... How do I reshuffle the cards? It says there's a shuffle thing here. How do you reshuffle the cards? Add a character, add monsters, remove monsters, settings, documentation, reorder, modify, undo, set scenario section, modify. I don't know how to reorder, how to reshuffle these cards. Oh, stop flipping cards. I don't want to flip cards. I want to, how do I reorder? How do I shufflers? Okay, so this app doesn't give you a way to shuffle the cards. There's not a thing that says reshuffle cards. See, that one's supposed to be a... See, you just, all it does is show you the cards. It doesn't like shuffle. See, that's supposed to be a reshuffle thing too. All of these power shots, all that's supposed to reshuffle, but there's not a reshuffle. That little symbol that rotates there says reshuffle cards, but I don't know how to reshuffle them. Are you supposed to reshuffle them? Draw monster modifier, undo, draw monster modifier card. Set scenario, add section, add character, add monsters, remove monsters, settings, documentation. Is there documentation? Oh, there's lots of stuff, but it doesn't tell me how to reshuffle cards. Reshuffle the adjustments. Press hamburger icon to open main menu, add characters to play, set the current scenario. Alternatively, you may add monsters separately. To set initiative, if you prefer numpad options menu. Also, options scale on the list. You can scale down, full screen on Android. This will high system navigation. If you experience glitches, dark mode, press plus sign on the monster stat card to add monster standees. Press draw dash, draw next bottom monster next center on the bottom of the card. Level trap damage. Tap to set character level. Tap click character opens. Character name to open stats on the menus to the right on the bottom card or above. In case the scenario has monsters, allies. Top bars, host, infusion, press infuse, double tap. Main list to items can be reduced. Main list items can be reordered on a long press. Monster ability cards can be double tapped to open a bigger view. Monster ability cards and modifier deck can be tapped. Click to open card menu with info on discard pile such. To add a summon from any menu tapping click. Sometimes you will want a monster type have different value level, objects and escorts. If some such ones, if you make a mistake, play for us, networking, connecting, starting. Yeah. Does not handle character modifier decks. Some animations will not play. TCP when trying to roadmap. Yeah, so unless there's a way that I'm not seeing, maybe I have to hold down, maybe a long hold. Nope. Just keeps flipping cards. I can reorder them. Well, what is that going to do? I don't know what that card is. How do what does reordering it do? I just want to flip. I just want to reshuffle the cards. 1, 2, 3. Huh. There's no way to reshuffle these cards. I don't know what to do. Okay, so I guess I'm done using Monster Deck because if I need to shuffle these, which means I need to use the Monster Deck and shuffle it up because when cards get redone there's supposed to be a way to shuffle them. So like when you flip a ×2, you're supposed to reshuffle the deck, reset it. And there's just no way to do that. So whatever. So I got to draw the monster. I have to get the monster deck out because I need to do it manually now. It became lame. Ally attack modifiers. That's the ally one. And then I need the monster one. Monster. There it is. Alright. So this is the monster one. But it has a bunch of curses which you can't which aren't part of that yet, unless they for some reason get cursed. So if anybody's ever used FrostHaven, you come on here. Hey, leave me a comment. Let me know. Say, hey, buddy, you shuffle it. You do it by double tapping here with 2 right slides and left slide, and it'll shuffle the deck back up. That's all I can figure. So, by the way, I'm not purposefully stalling. I'm a little bit stalling because Royce could die right here. And I just wanted to, I knew there was a lot of zeros, and some negative ones that have come up. And without any of the, and when that ×2 came up, that should have reshuffled all those back in, giving me at least a fighting chance at maybe by miraculousness get another 0 or a -1. Or even a -2, which would be great. But I haven't seen a -2 yet. But it's a lot of not good cards, but there's some really terrible ones in here. So I'm hoping Royce doesn't die right here, because that means Adrian has to go through this entire battle by herself if there's going to be success to be done here. Paching! +1. Killed him. It's like these guys hit so hard, I don't know. Because even with his 1 shield, brought it down to 3. He only had 4 health. And, yeah. That did him in. I don't have... even with his 1 shield... Yeah, Royce is down. So, that's not the same as exhausted. I mean, it kind of is. It's not necessarily permadeath. He's kind of what they call unconscious, like with D&D. Which means if I was to get through this, I have to get all the way through this now with just Adrian and this priest. Doesn't sound great. Can I do it? I don't know. It's like you have to fight this battle 1 against. I mean, you got the priest's help, but the priests are well known for being crap at fighting. I mean, they're really not good at fighting at all. So I have to figure out how to beat these guys without Royce's help. I'm thinking this is a lost scenario, but I'm going to try a little bit. They just hit so hard. It's really... I mean, 2 hits is all it took, right? I mean, it was their turn. They fire. 1 hits for 4, 1 hits for... Or they both hit for 4 damage. If either one of them had gotten like a plus or an addition to that, I was done. And what can I do? I mean, it's like... They're 4, I mean, they're doing 8 damage across, I mean, that's all it was. The base damage on them was 9. I was able to subtract 2 to 7. 1 positive hit on the modifiers and I'm dead. And that's full health. My guy at full health cannot take 2 hits like that. And it's already, you're like dead from the attack and all you can do is hope for negatives. And you can't take the hits. So it's significantly... difficult. I mean, there's no way he could have withstood that. Now, I would have moved back and gotten out of range a little bit, but my attacks were not attacks. I could only do that if I attack, so I had to stay there. I was hoping for a decent roll is all I really had. But, you know, that power shot. At level 2, I might be able to... They have permadeath, but I'm not playing that because I can't. It's too much. But again, I don't think I can even get through this, so this is probably going to be a lost scenario. Technically, he's just exhausted because I'm not playing permadeath. But exhausted means he'll still get whatever he earned up to the point he went down, but he's not going to get anything new, obviously. So let's just see what happens. Let's see if I can get Adrian a hope. I don't even know what the next room is. There's still another room. So even if I get through this, I could fight 4 more guys and just be, you know, dead, or 3 more guys or whatever. I don't know what's in the other room. It's just as likely that I die right out the gate. So he's dead. What can I do? Or he's exhausted. Don't have any other help there. And with those kind of power shots, I don't think, I don't have a ton of chance here. But Adrian hasn't been hit. We're going into the next round. Everybody's going to get their action here, whoever's left. Adrian's going to try and do something here. Don't know what he's going to do. Maximum movement. Banner Hope. And those archers are not going to come close. So basically, I have to somehow rush these archers. They're going to get close enough to... Adrian has no movement. I mean, all these cards here, even if I go ahead and take a point of damage, Adrian has no movement. You can move 2 off of a basic action. So it's going to be like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. They're going to come up on me, shoot me at probably a range of 3 or 4. They're going to shoot me like 2 or 3 times before I even get next to them. Because they're not going to get it closer to me than they have to shoot. They're going to get as close, basic, and they've got range of 3 and 4, and I don't know how far that scout can shoot, but he shoots range too. So ultimately, I think I didn't even pin him that one time, so he's still going. All I can do is, I'm going to take a damage, I guess, so I don't have to give up any cards. And then I'll do... I don't know. Let's see, what can I do? Sure. Let's do range of 3. Range of 4. If I go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's I go here. And maybe he'll get to hit something. Alright, so we're going to try that. Permadeath. Yeah, well, it is, permadeath. That's our option. So if a guy dies, he dies. So if he goes below 0, he's dead. And then you have to, I don't know, create another character if you even survive the scenario. Game's never over. I mean, really, if both guys die, you just have to replay the scenario. I mean, even in permadeath, I'd imagine, because it's like, what do you do? I mean, create 2 more characters and start off at the same spot? 2 guys come and pick up their bodies and try to start over? You don't even have new characters available. I mean, I guess you could take 2 more of the originals and start going through it. But that would just be a headache, because, you can't build up any kind of a storyline, and yeah, I mean, these 2 guys, I gotta try to get through it. If they die, I have to just redo the scenario. I won't do it today, but we'll have to try again in the future. Maybe tomorrow. Oh no, tomorrow's Christmas. Won't be doing it tomorrow, but maybe Monday or Tuesday. I have both of them off, so maybe that'll be my Monday or Tuesday task in the morning. Try again, but I won't give up yet. Oh wait, that's not a thing. Royce is done. Royce don't get any more turns. Royce is toast. It'd be nice if you could, like, if a guy goes down, I could have my heal him. That would be nice. Why can't you heal him? I mean, he's unconscious, but he's not dead. I should be able to heal him and let him get back up. That should be a variant. Let's see. Let's see if one of the variants is heal the fallen. I don't think it is. In D&D, you can heal the fallen. You're allowed to open solo mode, open information. In casual mode, the party can play any unlocking crossover classes, temporary enhancements. reduced randomness, permadeath. See, permadeath says, with the variant, the specter death looms large in parties. When a character drops to 0 hit points, they die instead of becoming exhausted. Characters can still become exhausted if you play all your cards. They are removed from the campaign at the end of the current scenario. Their personal quests is shuffled back into the deck. Their character materials are put back into corresponding tuck boxes. They're erased from your memory, and you can never speak of them ever again. Oh, just doesn't go that far. But it's about what it's saying. The player's character dying must create a new character during the downtime step of the outpost, or if the next scenario is force linked immediately before the scenario begins. When a character becomes exhausted, all normal exhaustion. So yeah, it doesn't let you heal though. There is no way to heal a guy who goes down, even in the exhausted mode. Obviously, permadeath would know. Yeah, and they have random dungeons. But I think there should be a scenario for you should be allowed to heal guys that go down within range. That's almost like a variant I would add if it were me. And I could see like permadeath, like add a D&D aspect to permadeath. Like if you take, 1.5 times your health. Like if my guy had got hit for 10 or something and he was down to 2, he'd be permadead. But if he's just knocked unconscious and he's down to just under 0 or at 0, then he's not dead. But you could technically heal him and get him back up. Because it's like, it's a variant that doesn't exist, technically. So you could do it if your guy has a healing capability in range and you can reach him. Because I don't know that I can get through this without him. Otherwise, let's redo the scenario. But I know, I'm just stalling. Let's go ahead and put his cards out of the way. So he's unconscious. So let's just squish that stuff out of the way. All right. So we have chosen what he's going to do. And now we're going to go ahead and flip these guys onto the next round. So we have the priest. She gets to go first. Well, let's see. I am actually going to go slower. How much health does she have? She's a 6 with an armor. You know what? I think I will have him go a little bit sooner. She still gets to go first. Blink, he's out. Spear. And then the archer, followed by the scout. So this guy's going to move 2. No, actually, I don't want him. 71. It's actually down here. He's 92. And okay, so it's the priest's turn. Priest is first. Priest gets to go move 1. And at a range of 3, do 2 damage and pin whoever. But you can't even reach. Can't even reach anything. So there's that. Because even at forward movement of 1, he's got nothing. So 1, 2, 3. Not gonna reach it because it's all he can move is 1. And his range of 3 is like right there, so it's nothing. So she's not doing nothing. And then we have the Algox archer. Those characters get a go, and the elite one goes first. He's going to move 1. And then at a range of 4, gets to hit for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's no reach. She can't shoot. The other one's going to move, but he can't actually move very far because his own guy is in the way. And he can't get past. And he doesn't have enough movement to move onto the rock. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Not far enough range. So there's really nowhere to move. No way to get closer. So she's not going to move and do nothing. And then we have the scout who can do a melee attack with poison but has no movement. So he stays there. Nobody moves and does anything. Nobody could get closer. I had the scout go before Adrian, which was wrong. Adrian moves up to here, but he too can't reach anything because his range is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it. Yeah. So much for that attack. So everybody just kind of piddled out on that one. But he hasn't been hit, so he's still regenning. So he gets to regen a little bit more. So now we're going to inch closer on the other guys again to go into another round. We're just going to go ahead and do this, draw the next round, and then we're going to go ahead and pick my... I don't have any movement. This is stupid. I'm going to do this, and then probably... I'll try that. I'm going to move slowly on this round. So now we have, I have a 69, which means he's going to go absolutely last. Priest gets to go first. Again, followed by the Algox Scout. Then followed by the Power Shot. Oh, God, freaking Power Shot again? Freaking A. Power Shot again? Alright, well, that's the archers. And then my banished spear. Okay, but he doesn't have any movement, so he might actually do Power Shot, because I don't think they can reach anything. The priest gets to go. He's got a range of 3. He's going to move 2. Oh, the priest might just get killed. That's awesome. Because that's what they do. He moves to... I don't know what the hand thing is again. Can't use items. Cannot attack. Oh. Alright. Well, that's something. Maybe he'll survive if he can succeed at this. So he moves 2. He only has a single target. 1, 2. I mean, these are all the same distance. 5, 5, and that one's more. So he's going to go 2. I guess in theory this is closer, but he only needs to get within 3. Oh, he has to get within 3 anyway, so that's about where he has to go. And as far as targets go, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, he can hit in any of them really at a range of 3. But he can only shoot at 1. He only does 1 damage, but he's going to shoot at the elite archer, which means he'll disarm him and do 1 damage. But 1 damage... Oh, look, it reset the cards. I don't know how it did that. Oh, good. -1 damage. But he disarmed him. It doesn't say he has to actually hurt him. It just says he's disarmed and he can't attack for 1 turn. Disarmed, cannot attack. It doesn't say anything else, so I'm taking it, man. That guy is disarmed for 1 attack. So that's the elite guy. He is disarmed. For the moment, anyway. 1 turn of reprieve. Wait, what the heck? Oh, no, what the heck? That's not what I do. Disable him? That was weird. I gotta check something quick. Hold on. Hold on, I'm going to check something. I know, you got to watch me bounce around on my Alfster. Okay, sorry about that. I'm the distraction I think is okay. Let's get back to this. So we did the Algox archer. I moved up, take a shot, pinned him down, so one guy can't fire. Priest done. Scout needs to be able to move. He can. He can move 5. He does 1 damage, so he's basically going to move straight at the priest. He's going to smack the priest for 1 damage. Did I? Oh, you know what I? Oh no, I did. Yeah, no, never mind. Okay, so the monster gets to go here. Oh, 1 damage turns into 0 damage. Doesn't actually hurt him. So now we have the archers. Now that guy can't attack the yellow one, but the power shot can come from the other archer. I don't know what her health is. Her health, she has a shield, so she's a 6, but she gets to reduce it by 1. the archer's going to take a shot at the priest, and he's going to stupid bad guy, stupid rival factions, whatever he's saying. I don't know. They speak in Algox. You can't understand it anyway. It's a blah 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 blah. Anyway, so yeah, I will. It's four damage at a range of 5, so he doesn't have to move. He's got the range. Let's see what he does. Let's go ahead and flip another card here. +1, great. 5 damage, ouch! But it's -1, so it's 4 damage. But that's not good. 1, 2, 3, 4. If she dies, it's lost scenario anyway. So you have to redo it. You can't let her die. I've got to figure out a way to get through this without being dead. And the thing is, these guys are all aggressive, so they don't ever move away from enemies unless it's to do something that's positive for your team, like healing. So it's very difficult to protect a monster ally. So because they're just going to do what they do. So this turn I have to take a rest. Get my cards back. My lousy movement, this little piddly movement of Adrian 2-2-2-2 keeps her from ever getting close enough. Now she'll be able to do some kind of a shot, but she doesn't really have. Yeah, she really just does not have good movement right now. So she's got. Oh wait, that's supposed to be up here. Torchbearer. These are all cards in play. So he was at 2, now she's at 4, because he's got that card. But, yeah. So we're going to try again, see if I can get somewhat closer, maybe get a shot off. I can't even, I just have no movement at all to get close enough. No, that one's better. Let's do this one. Alright. I am taking the damage, by the way, so I don't have to use that. He's out, so that's it. That's all. Adrian did his thing. Now we flip up the next card, which I didn't do for this round. Alright, so this time, Archer gets to go first. Well, 29, I don't know, what is mine? I'm gonna actually have him to go first. So actually, he'll go first, followed by the archer. Great, the archers are going to kill me dead, because that's the kind of people they are. And then the scout, and then the priest is way down at the bottom, so I don't know what good that's going to do me. So he's just going to move up. He's going to move up, because that's really all he's got, is the ability to move. And what if I moved up? You know what? I'm actually going to move just the one with him. No, I can't. It's too far. Nope, I have to do the 2. Never mind. So the 2 will be that, and then we're going to throw a javelin at him, which infuses the wind, which is worthless because I have no wind infusion. I have 1 wind skill, and it pretty much, it's just, yeah, it's done. It's not a terrible attack. It's just you don't get it very. I mean, getting all this stuff to work, and now I'm kind of at a state where I know this is a lost cause, but I'm doing it anyway. So let's go ahead. I fire at this guy who's close. The only one I can hit at range is 3. Get 1. It's 4 damage. 4 damage on the scout, which is okay, but He didn't actually get that. That never happened. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's down a little bit. Yeah, that's it for Adrian's turn. And then, yep, I don't have that. So Archer. Archer moves 4, hits for 2. Oh no, the Scout moves 4, hits for 2. He is a melee, so there's really no point in him moving at all, because he only can hit one guy, so he's just going to hit the guy in front of him. He wouldn't move. Minimum movement to accomplish his attack. So this is where he's at. He hits. It's 2 damage. Monster does 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 will kill the priest, I think. Yep. Oh, gosh dang it. Yeah. Priest dies. Scenario's lost. I lost one guy. Scenario, the priest is dead. That's it. What makes this tough is the monsters do their own thing, okay? The monsters do their own thing. And you can't control them, even if they're friends. The friendly monsters will go, they act like a monster, but their enemies are the other monsters. So if the thing is, if she's gonna do an attack, she's gonna move straight for him. And when you've got 2 archers and a scout, all who have, like, you know, significant range, and your guy is nowhere near, like in this case, Adrian, who can move 2 spaces at a time, 2, 2, 2, has crap for movement. She can't get close enough. She can't get in there. She can't even take the hit for the priest. So there's no way to protect her. Like trying to protect her from behind. And they all have range. So they're so far away, they're only going to shoot the guy in front. So Adrian, whose range is no better than theirs, has to catch up. But at a spaceman of 2. 2, range of 3, they're 7 or 8 away. She can't shoot anything. She can't get in the way of anything. She can't protect anything. So it was kind of a lost cause scenario. Once Royce went down, these archers don't have any reason to move forward. They have range of 3 and 4. And your guys have to run in there and hit them. There's no other option. And if you don't run in there and hit them, the priest is going to run in there and try to hit them. And they're just going to shoot at the priest, kill the priest to end the scenario. So you have... It's like... knowing how this scenario goes, the next time I play it, I'm going to try to take some cards for Adrian that gives her more movement. She does have a couple of better movement cards that are 3 and 4 and, you know, longer distance movements. It's not much though. She's very poor moving character. So she has no way to rush into battle. In that way, she's very weak. She has decent hit points and a lot of things that she can kind of do to boost, but it's like even her banners that are, you know, they boost you up, they have to go next to you, so you can't like put one out there and help your teammates out. If your character can only move 2 spaces and she can't move and put the banner down, so already Adrian, who's almost always behind, is putting a banner down way behind everybody else. And your teammates who are fighting further ahead can't even take advantage of the banner. So everybody either has to sit back and just wait for the bad guys to come to you. But how does that work? Because if the banner only has a range of like 2, hey, anybody within 2 gets +1 to their attacks. Great. Except you got to chase down an archer who's 5 squares away, so you're out of range of your banners, and the banners become worthless. So the banners are kind of pointless. They have very little utility. They take up your card. They basically eliminate the card because they're going to sit there. The banner is going to stay in play. And I don't even know if the monsters... I mean, they have hit points, so maybe if you put it in front of you, the monsters will go after it. But like I said, Adrian's always in back. She puts the banner down right next to her. And that means all your guys are ahead of it. Monsters are never going to go after the banner. They're not going to go after anything. So what do you have to do except hope your guy, like Royce, can run out there, hit, come back into the safety of the bunch of stuff that Adrian is. Adrian's just a terrible moving figure. She does not advance well. The banners don't work well. Now maybe at level 2 or level 3, when she starts getting better cards, she might become more powerful. But she's just really, she's a support character that doesn't have the adequate range for support. And again, she's got these kind of cool multi-hit capabilities where she can get in there and do some extra damage, but she doesn't have the movement to get close enough to take advantage of those. And her teammate, so this might not be a good pairing, because her teammate Royce, who's so weak, can't stay next to the characters. He's supposed to run in, hit the character, and run away. That's kind of his whole design. And if he stays close, they will kill him. He's only got to hit 8 hit points. If he's got even 1 or 2 damage, these guys can kill him in one shot. He's going to get one-shotted. It's going to happen because it just takes a single ×2 roll, dead. And if you got 2 archers shooting at him who are capable of 3 and 4 damage, both of them hit for 3 or 4, he's dead. It's just, you can't, short of him figuring out a way to stay under the cover of like having someone else be the upfront character, you don't really have a good synergy here, because Adrian can't get close enough to give Royce someone to hide behind, to allow her to tank for him. So it's a very, it's not a very synergistic pairing. I think, what do you call it, storyrific, the word I made up earlier. The narrative of these two characters is cool, because I think they kind of fit the Royce and Adrian story the characters from the books that I like. And I think they just don't play well together, because Adrian, the Banner Spear, is a support character without enough movement to be supportive. You know, I could see if she didn't have very many attacks and she could move well and get in there and drop the banners in places that'll help, and then she can kind of take some hits and be the tank. But she's not that. She just doesn't have the movement. And since you have no range on the banners yet, maybe there's banners later that you can put at distance. But it says summons go to an adjacent square. So if she's a mile behind, she's not going to be able to place them in any useful position. And against ranged characters, they're even more worthless, because your guys have to go hit something. So unless you're only fighting at range, Royce has no range. He's a melee combat. But his idea is that he runs in, hits, and runs away, and gets out of there. But that doesn't mean they can't just shoot him, and that's what they did. He wasn't that close to him, but close enough that 2 guys, an elite and another one, can just take you out. So at level 1, I mean, even at level 2, Royce gains 1 hit point. 9 is not any better. At 11, he's starting to be better, but you got to figure at 11, he's fighting better monsters, better stuff, because he's already leveled up twice. The scenarios are probably by this time starting to get a little tougher. Hopefully you're getting cards that you're able to... That's what I did. I tried to get him all the cards that give him more protection, like the extra armor. But it's not easy to accomplish. So I am going to try this again. Probably not tonight. I might paint tonight, or maybe I'll play video games. I don't know. I'll probably take a break. I don't know what I'll do tonight. We'll see. It's Christmas. I can't stay up too late. I got to be in bed before Santa tries to come. You know, you don't want to be up when Santa's here, because he won't come. So gotta protect. Be prepared for. Let Santa do his thing. But after that, we get up. We do this all-day family thing, of course, Christmas, and then we'll be. I don't know. Maybe Christmas night. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how late we'll get home. But Monday or Tuesday, I'm going to try again. I'll try this scenario again. I have it out. I know kind of what's going on. I haven't gotten to the 3rd room. It's not exposed. I'll find out later. But Adrian and Royce are going to be hard-pressed on this, and you kind of have to turtle. I hate to say it. Open the door and maybe just hang out in this room. Problem is, your summons and the ally monsters, they don't hang out. They don't turtle. They go woof. They go into the fight. So if you don't want those guys just to be targeted, and the priest can't die, that's the end of the scenario if the priest dies. So yeah, this is a tough scenario, mainly because you're trying to protect a character that doesn't care that you're trying to protect her. So next time I'll be sure to take extra movement. Go into scenario 2. I'm telling you now, scenario 2. Your guys are going to need movement because those archers are going to sit at the back and just shoot the snot out of you when you come in the room. And your priest is going to run out there and let him shoot at her because she's terrible at shooting, but that's her thing. She'll shoot for crap and get shot at by the elite archer and the elite and the regular archer and the scout. They all shoot. The scout is kind of melee / shooting, but they're going to kick the crap out of you if you just don't run up against them. So you need significant movement to get close enough that those guys can't just shoot everybody dead. Now, Royce has good movement. He can go 4 or 5 squares, hit, and then run again. But he can't take a hit. It's kind of what he did. He moved in, took a shot, got killed. And just can't take those hits. So you need to find ways to get Royce. The Blink Blade is going to need as much armor as, range armor if you can, if you've got it, or other things that help you to get out of range and protect himself. So I'll take a look a little closer at what I learned from this experience, and then try to hit it again a second time. So far, I've now lost both the first and the second scenario and had to redo them. But at least, hopefully, I can get them done in 2 tries. It's difficult playing 2. I think it's a huge difference playing with 2. Obviously, if you have 3 or 4 characters, it's going to be easier, but keep in mind, it's going to take so much longer. It's hard enough picking your moves for 2 guys. Picking for 3 or 4 is going to be a nightmare for a solo play, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to refuse, and I'm going to try to do it. So anyway, TDL, yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. I hope you have a great day. And anybody else who checks this out, leave comments. Let me know what you think. Follow, subscribe, whatever. And check out the X Case and the Mage Cage at Active Minds Games on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram. Follow us on Facebook because that's where we decide, or how we're going to decide when we launch our Kickstarter to get more clear ones and big ones out, and all the cool accessories are going to go inside of them. And yeah, this is fun to do. But if this is something that you want to see more of, you want to see me progress through this, definitely subscribe and like the videos and leave comments. Just let me know, give me some feedback to let me know that this is something that you enjoy, something that you're gaining something from, watching someone else learn it, and maybe even give feedback on the characters that if you decide to play it yourself, you know a little bit more about how to play them. Now, granted, I'm only playing 2 of the characters right now, but I'll be playing more as these guys retire or die or whatever later on. But until next time will be scenario 2 again. Once you fail, I think you go do another outpost phase. I'm going to look at what happens when you fail a scenario. You don't get any of the crap that you got in here. So all of the XP, all the stuff you picked up, it's all gone. You basically reset. But I think there is another outpost phase. I don't know what the point of another outpost phase is, because if you don't get anything from the scenario, you might as well just do it again. I mean, why go to the outpost again? I mean, I guess it's not like you have any stuff. So yeah, I think you lose everything. So even this little cool item I got, I don't get, because it didn't happen. So basically you reset and you start over. So anyway, I'll read that up a little bit, and until next time, you have a good one. Merry Christmas, and until next time, goodbye.